Okay. Good evening, everyone. This is a meeting of the Mayor and Council of Princeton, New Jersey. It is March 29th, 2022. Madam Clerk, could we have the meeting notice statement, please?
Yes, Mayor. Notice of this meeting was provided in accordance with the requirements of the Open Public Meetings Act and state regulations governing remote public meetings, including the time, date, and location of the meeting, and clear and concise instructions to the public for accessing the meeting and making comments. In addition, the agenda and all related materials were posted electronically and made available to the public on Princeton's meeting portal in advance of the meeting.
Thank you. Could we have the roll call, please?
Yes. Ms. Perrone-Lambros?
Here.
Ms. Niedergang?
Here.
Mr. Cohen?
Here.
Ms. Fraga?
Here.
Ms. Sachs? Mr. Newland?
Here.
Mayor Frida?
Here. Thank you. Okay, just so everybody knows, we have about 128 attendees, 129 at this point. And let me just briefly go over what we're going to do, and I'll say this again a little later. At 8:15, we've been asked by the school board to pause our meeting for 15 minutes because they have a number of people attending our meeting that also want to attend one item on the school board meeting this evening. So we're going to pause our meeting tonight from 8:15 to 8:30 p.m. to allow that to happen. What we're going to do this evening, when I'm done rambling, which hopefully won't be too much longer, we have two presentations, each are 30 minutes long. Following those two presentations, our administrator is going to give a summary of staff comments related to the topic. That may happen either before or after we pause for those 15 minutes. We'll just see how things lay out here. Right after the administrator is done, we're going right to public comment. Each member of the public has 3 minutes. So please think ahead and think of what you want to say so you're concise, succinct, to the point, so you get your point across. And we will, I'm sorry to say, but so we're fair to everybody. And so we can get as many people allowed to speak as possible. We're going to be hard on that 3-minute limit. I'm going to assume that we might still be doing public comment at 11 p.m. tonight, and I'm going to stop the meeting at 11 p.m. We're going to see how tired we are. We're going to see how courteous we are. We're going to see how well the meeting's going. 11 p.m. is fairly late, and I'm going to suggest we stop at that point. Of course, we'll see what's happening. Maybe we'll go a little bit longer. I assume that we'll have to continue this meeting to another date. If we do have to continue the meeting, the people that are here tonight that raise their hand, if every one of them doesn't get a chance to speak, we'll make sure we take a screenshot of who's got their hand up. And at the continuation meeting, they are the first ones that get to speak. When that group is done, then the council members get to ask their questions, make their comments. Again, we'll just see how the meeting goes tonight and how long it takes. If we have to stop tonight before all the public comment is done, everyone that sent an email in that asked that to be read, what we'll do in order to save time and make sure that those messages are still shared with everyone is we would add them to the agenda package for the continuation meeting so everyone can see all those comments. So anyway, we'll play some of this by ear, but that's the general plan for this evening. We're up to 178 attendees other than the people that you see on the screen. So why don't we start? I'm sorry.
Can we just ask people who aren't speaking to and aren't on council to take themselves off camera?
Sure. Yeah, so any of the presenters that aren't about to present right away, just wait till it's your turn and then turn your camera on if you could turn them off for now. And then just obviously make sure you're all muted if you're not talking. Okay, for the first presentation, Chris, are you first up, I believe?
I sure am.
Okay.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Mary. Do you want me to go ahead and get underway?
Yes, please do. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. I'm going to go ahead and start my presentation, then I'll share my screen. Actually, I think I'll share my screen first and then start my presentation. Let's try that. Okay, So first of all, thanks to members of council and mayor.
Chris?
And all members
Oh, there it
here.
is. Okay, now it's coming up. Sorry.
Okay, there we go. Yes. I'll make sure that this is up.
It's up.
Great. Let's start this. Okay. First of all, thanks for having me here. I do appreciate it. My name is Chris Goldstein. I'm a regional organizer with the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws. Now, we've been around for 50 years, since the start of the Controlled Substances Act back in 1970. And really, this organization is the largest grassroots cannabis reform organization. I'm a cannabis consumer. I live in Willingboro, New Jersey, which is a community that will be included in the impact zones when they do come true here in New Jersey. So my perspective tonight is as a New Jersey cannabis consumer and what we hope to see out of cannabis businesses. So what we're here for tonight is less about marijuana and more about equity. What can Princeton do to create an equity space that includes cannabis? We've seen 100 years of prohibition, and we're trying to heal that under regulated laws. But that also takes participation. So how does Princeton participate in healing from prohibition? That's what we're going to talk about tonight. First of all, I want to make it clear to everybody that Princeton is not legalizing marijuana. 2.8 million voters, including me, voted for this to happen. Princeton isn't legalizing marijuana, voters did it. And the legislature enacted a series of laws to make sure that there was a structure for this. So this is how it went. New Jersey voters decided to ballot question 1 in November of 2020. We passed 67%. I'm here to tell you that no politician has ever received as many votes as question 1 in New Jersey. Not President Obama, not President Biden, not Senator Booker. All people I voted for, but none of them got as many votes as the ballot question 1. 67%, 2.8 million votes, represents more than any other candidate, more than any other ballot question in New Jersey's history. So this is a significant public mandate. Again, Princeton isn't legalizing marijuana. New Jersey voters did by an overwhelming landslide majority. So what did question 1 do? It didn't address most of the details of legalization. In fact, it was a very narrow constitutional amendment, and it only really legalized retail cannabis sales. Had nothing to do with stopping arrests. In fact, the legislature had to do that later. Up on the screen now is the actual language of question 1. Again, it was very narrow, a yes or no question on the ballot that millions of voters responded to. So now it also gave the opportunity for towns to participate, but that came later. Again, yes, 2.7 million votes, no, 1.3 million votes. I looked up the numbers in Princeton and I found that it was 75% yes in Princeton. So this is something that, again, has an overwhelming public mandate, more than any other politician, more than any other ballot question. So again, Princeton didn't legalize and isn't talking about legalizing marijuana. Voters did that. The legislature followed through. The question for Princeton is, do you participate or not? Do you sit it out? So in February of 2021, just about a year ago, the legislature passed a series of bills to actually put forward the constitutional amendment, to enact it with a series of laws. The first one decriminalized marijuana possession for all ages. Now, this is something that was particularly important to me because we saw in other states after post-legalization that arrests in some categories actually went up. We wanted to make sure that young people were not the target of arrest after legalization. And honestly, New Jersey's decrim law that was passed in the wake of all this is now looked at as a national model for how we can stop police interactions, especially with young people, over cannabis. So we enacted consumer protections in February of 2021, and that started to outline the necessary structure for retail cannabis sales. But to be clear, there were more than 100 marijuana possession arrests happening in New Jersey every single day, and those have stopped, and not just for adults, but for juveniles as well. That's an important thing. What happened next? something formed called the New Jersey Cannabis Regulatory Commission. We abbreviate that, call it the NJCRC. Now, they're going to approve every single permit that is available in New Jersey. Even ones that the towns approve have to be approved by the state. So again, Princeton isn't legalizing marijuana. Princeton isn't necessarily regulating marijuana. The New Jersey CRC is doing that. Voters did this with a mandate. So in the future, 70% of future cannabis taxes and fees will be sent back to communities impacted by decades of prohibition. That includes communities like mine in Willingboro, but maybe not necessarily communities like Princeton. The other 30% of the taxes are actually earmarked for youth prevention efforts, ad campaigns to prevent driving while high, and even education about responsible use. That's where the cannabis taxes are supposed to go. So anybody concerned about use and in the future can rely on the cannabis taxes themselves to help solve that problem. Also, local residents with cannabis convictions, especially Black entrepreneurs, are being encouraged to apply for social equity operating permits. In fact, just last week, the New Jersey CRC issued the first operating permits in the adult use program, and a lot of them went to equity owners. There's no deadline on that. Equity owners are being encouraged to apply every single day. How many people smoke marijuana in New Jersey? It's a question I get all the time. How many people are like you, Chris? I'm in good company. Again, when you think of marijuana consumers, I think of Carl Sagan and President Obama and Olympian Michael Phelps. I feel like I'm in pretty good company. New Jersey's underground marijuana market in 2019, approximately 850 to 1.1 million consumers live in the state. That's a conservative estimate, and that doesn't include people who come here to work, go to college, or vacation. The estimated size of the market is 9.3 million ounces a year, 585,000 pounds. Conservatively, if you put a value at $250 an ounce, that's a $2.3 billion a year market. And again, these are conservative estimates because New Jersey doesn't have a regulated cannabis market yet. In the first year of reform, again, what is so important about 2021? The full stop to all cannabis possession arrests last year. So again, we looked at the problems in other states. We saw that arrests increase in some categories, especially for young cannabis consumers. We cut off that pipeline in the criminal justice system that went right to jail. So that has stopped here in New Jersey. Again, there are some quotes from Governor Murphy. You know, marijuana came down on communities of color. When we talk about impact zones, we're talking about the impact that police had on consumers, most of the time Black cannabis consumers. Like, let's not, cloud the issue here. We don't want cannabis taxes going back to police departments. What we do want is for cannabis taxes to go back to communities. And that's the design. So 1 year later, again, decriminalization applies to all ages. I could possess 6 ounces of cannabis right here. I probably couldn't even hold it on the screen, and I could not get arrested. That's what decriminalization means. Odor of marijuana is no longer cause for search. Non-regulated marijuana, the cops can take it, but they can't arrest you. The NJCRC is continuing to go over the applications. We're adding businesses. Many of these are micro business sales. So again, the businesses that are out there, there are large corporations that operate the medical marijuana permits, but many of the companies that got the first round of adult use permits last week from the CRC are actually equity owned, and some of them are actually micro businesses. When do sales begin? That's the $2 billion question. Outside of the commissioners at the CRC themselves, nobody knows the date of sales in New Jersey. We did not put any deadlines into the law because deadlines favor large corporations. Flexibility with regulators allows a little more time for small businesses to get up and running. Here's the thing for Princeton. Regulated businesses increase property values and they decrease crime. You may hear from our opponents a lot of interesting things and studies, and there are competing studies about this. But now we're 10 years into this experiment in places like Colorado and other states. And I'm here to tell you, you don't have to go so far. Marijuana is legal in Washington, D.C. right now, but there's no retail. You can only grow at home. But guess what? You can buy a $400,000 condominium with a built-in marijuana grow room right inside the DC Beltway today. Tell me that doesn't help real estate. That's what's happening in DC. On the screen is Wanda James. She's somebody I met out in Denver. Wanda was the first black owner of a dispensary in Denver, Colorado. This is what we would like to see here in New Jersey. It's black small business owners opening cannabis dispensaries. Teen use after legalization. Look, it's a big question. What message do we send to kids if we open a dispensary in town? Well, first of all, the message that we send to kids is that democracy works and your vote matters. Again, this was something that was passed by 2.8 million voters and 75% of Princeton voters. What message does it send if you don't pay attention to that? What message does it send to kids about political participation if something that has such a strong public mandate is something that Princeton sits out? On the other hand, after legalization, we don't see increased use. We don't see increased use around dispensaries. We don't see increased use in states that have cannabis more than states that don't have legal cannabis. So while teen use might be inching up year after year, it's not going up more in states that have legalized versus states that haven't. In fact, Pennsylvania, a state that hasn't legalized marijuana and still arrests almost 20,000 people every single year for possession, has those rising teen use rates. In fact, there's an argument that things go in a different direction. When teens see marijuana in the community, it becomes a lot more boring. And that's something that deters teen use. Also, the other important message we have to send after legalization is that marijuana is legal here in the state. There are 1 million consumers. We are your neighbors. We're your family members. We're people in the community. We work hard, we pay taxes. The only way to show kids how to be responsible adult cannabis consumers is to show them. They have to be able to see their parents being responsible consumers, buying at a dispensary instead of a street corner somewhere. So if that's not available in Princeton, what message do you send to kids? You send the message to kids that your vote doesn't matter and prohibition is still going on. Anyway, back to the data points. Decreases in crime. Over and over again, everybody looks at the possibility of crime with dispensaries and in the neighborhoods around them, and they find that crime actually goes down. Dispensaries have a lot of security and a lot of security cameras, and that tends to decrease crime in the neighborhoods where they are. Moreover, they're usually good partners in the community. They have to work really hard to be there. Cannabis dispensaries are going to work with city councils in a way that regular businesses probably don't. You're going to have a better relationship with them than other businesses. That makes them safer for the community overall and less incidental to crime. Overall, again, when you put marijuana dispensaries in neighborhoods, it decreases the crime and increases the property value. Overall, again, and finally, this is a myth that we need to bust here. There's no evidence that marijuana use itself results in additional crime. So consumers like me, I'm a writer, I'm a Quaker, I pay my taxes. I'm not a criminal. And just because I smoke cannabis, I shouldn't be treated as one or discriminated against because you think I'm one. So decreases in crime continue in every dispensary, but there's increases in property values. Again, that's a note to any community that allows a business. Here's some of the data points. Again, property values go up in every market that we looked at. Why should Princeton opt in? First of all, it's small business owners who will be applying for the micro permits. I used to live in Santa Fe, New Mexico, which has a 500-year-old downtown. Imagine that, right? Princeton's got a great history, but 500 years, Santa Fe is pretty cool. But there are no Ray-Ban sunglasses or Banana Republics on that Santa Fe downtown. It's all small businesses. And most downtown main streets are making those choices today. So you can choose cannabis small businesses for your main street as well. I also have to point out that home delivery and specific cannabis delivery businesses are going to be allowed. So just if you ban businesses in your town, it doesn't mean that your consumers won't be getting a home delivery of cannabis from a business in another town. So allowing a cannabis small business, creating an equity space for this, also allows local fees and taxes to be collected. I'm here to tell you that there are people who smoke marijuana in Princeton, adults who want to purchase cannabis. They will be getting marijuana delivered to their door. And unless you have a delivery business in town, you'll miss out on every single penny of those taxes locally. And moreover, I have to point this out. Those delivery businesses, unless you allow one, they'll be following another town's rules. So they can deliver by another town's rules in Princeton. So if you don't allow a delivery business, some other town will be figuring out how the delivery business works in Princeton. Finally, again, it comes down to equity. This is less about cannabis and it's more about equity. You can create equity spaces for small businesses. Princeton is not going to be an impact zone. You're not going to get 70% of those taxes. But don't social equity entrepreneurs, don't Black entrepreneurs deserve a chance to be in Princeton just like somewhere else? So that's the concept here. Create an equity space in Princeton that has to do with cannabis now. It really has to do with things later. Again, we want to purchase from Black-owned small businesses, and Princeton should be a place that has that happen. So you can look at the rest of my presentation about the brief history of cannabis prohibition in America, but I'm here to tell you I'm a stakeholder too. That's me actually getting arrested for marijuana possession. So I'm here to tell you that this matters to everybody out here. I was one of millions arrested. So when you consider a cannabis business, consider it an equity space and something you can do for social justice. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. All right, Victor, you're up next. Is Victor on?
Yeah,
There you are.
thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
So good evening, Mayor, Council, and the, looks like over 200, nearly 300 people that you have on here. Very
279.
impressive. So I'm Vic DeLuca. I'm a member of the Maplewood Township Committee. I have been in office for 23 years, 14 as mayor, currently serve as the deputy mayor. I'm here to tell you that, like in my community, you have constituents that use marijuana now. It's a fact. And early on, I took the position working with the New Jersey Conference of Mayors that I wanted to legalize the actions of my constituents. And so I believe strongly that marijuana should be legal, it should be accessible. So I'm going to take you through the story of Maplewood's path to where we are today in promoting legalization and the sale of marijuana in our community. And I'm going to start my show here. Just give me a minute. Okay. So this is a mural on one of our buildings in town that was created by a husband and wife artistic team. And just like this, in a way, it shows, I guess I have three eyes I want to share with you, the mayor and council. One, in this process, you need to be inclusive. Bring everybody to the table, and you've done a terrific job tonight in bringing everyone here. You need to be informative. And again, you're hitting that mark. And what we found is you need to be intentional. You need to be very clear about the steps you're taking, why you're taking them, and what you expect going forward. So Maplewood is in the southern part of Essex County. We border Irvington and Newark to the east, South Orange to the north, Milburn to the west, and Union to the south. We're close to the Parkway, Route 78. We are similar in ways to Princeton. You're slightly larger than us. Our populations are just a bit different. We have a larger African-American population. You have a larger Asian population. You have more households. Our household income is about the same. You kind of lap us on the medium home value. You are higher degree of folks with bachelor's degree. Our internet is very high in both communities. Just our population per square mile is about the same. In Princeton, you're about 6,700, in Maplewood, 6,200. And your owner occupied housing is about 56%. Ours is 82. Politically, we're very much the same. In the election of 2020, folks here in Princeton overwhelmingly voted for Biden, as they did in Maplewood. Your government, you have a mayor and council, 6 Democrats. We have a township committee, 5 Democrats. In 2018, we took the position that we wanted to move forward with the ability to allow alternative treatment centers, which are medical marijuana dispensaries, to come into town. We selected 2 zoning districts, a highway business district and a pedestrian retail business district, all of which are on Springfield Avenue, which is a main thoroughfare through our town that connects Irvington to Union. And we set forth some conditions. Of course, they had to be licensed by the state. It had to be clear that it was just for an ATC, alternative treatment center. And then we set the distance from a school, the distance, and that time we used 1,000 feet because that was the no drug zone of 1,000 feet from a school. And then we said 200 feet from a house of worship. We set the hours quite tight, 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. and 12 to 6 on Sunday, using some of the same criteria that, and I don't know if Princeton, the council serves as the Alcoholic Beverage Commission. We do that in Maplewood. So we're, in some ways, we looked at the rules for the alcoholic beverage licensing and adopted them for cannabis, medical marijuana. The other thing we did is we laid out a community benefits agreement. We said that if you want to come into our town, you have to be a partner with us. So we had pre-opening employment requirements that you had to work with our library on doing job fairs, job preparations. We talked about post-opening. Community education was important, sustainability, community benefits. You know, what are they willing to do? We talked very clearly about making annual contributions to our municipal alliance for the purpose of drug and alcohol prevention programs. And then just sort of the mundane thing, we also talked about parking, because we knew that these businesses were going to attract patients and clients, and they had employees, and we wanted to make sure that they were not disruptive to residential neighborhoods. Once we put this out there, we got a slew of people that wanted to talk to us. They came from everywhere, and we met with them all. I was the mayor at the time, and we, our position was we would meet with you. We would tell you what our conditions are if you wanted to come to Maplewood, and then we would provide a letter of endorsement. And basically the letter said that if they're able to get a license from the state, and if they've secured a piece of property, a storefront or a business location in town, we would consider letting them come. So a lot of groups came and looked at places, signed letters of intent on space, and then worked their way through the state process. And there was one that came out at the end, and that was TerraSend, who opened up the Apothecarium in May of 2021. So one thing about this process that you'll find out is it's very long. It takes a while. And it's really, you have to stick to it. You have to keep letting people know what they're doing and work this through. So this is the inside of the Apothecarium. Again, it's opened just about a year now. This is the outside. You can't really tell what it is. So here, this is located on Springfield Avenue, which is in a special improvement district. So any outside facade has to be approved. The design has to be approved by the district management committee. So we worked very hard with them on the color scheme, the lighting, the look here, and the signage. We also, as part of the community benefits agreement, worked with them. You see the job fair. That was held at our Hilton branch of the library. And then we held meetings. We held meetings with the neighborhood association that was adjacent, with the township committee, our senior citizens. We held a special education program for them. We held another one for our police, a series of meetings where we sent personnel over from the cannabis operation to meet with our police and do a lot of that work. We also worked with them on contributions to various community organizations and our arts and culture division. And as I said earlier, they do make a contribution to our municipal alliance for drug and alcohol treatment programs, or I'm sorry, education programs. And the way we crafted that is we get an allocation from the county every year. It goes up and down, and they have to meet that. So I think the first year it was like a $24,000 contribution they had to make. Last year, our grant from the county went down to about 12, and they had to make a $12,000 contribution for that. Then we moved to 2020. So here we were back a year ago. We started with the medical marijuana. It gave us complete comfort in working with them over 4 or 5 months. They were open, or 6 months, I guess they were open. We didn't have any problems with them. In the last year, we haven't had no problems, no police incidents, no code violation. The only thing that we've had was a bit of a parking problem with some of the competing people for parking on the street, with competing businesses rather. So that was the one thing. So when the amendment came up in 2020, we were very much in favor of this. And I say we, myself and my colleagues on the township committee, we were very clear in our support for this. We thought it was the right way to go and that we would move forward. As you can see, the votes, you heard a little bit before, New Jersey overwhelmingly passed it. Mercer County and Essex County overwhelmingly passed it. People wanted to have marijuana legalized, and that was the result. So then we moved forward and said, okay, now that it's legalized, let us think about having locations in town. And I just want to stop here and say one thing, and I don't know if Princeton did the same, but a lot of towns did. After the referendum was passed, there was a period of time when the state was organizing itself that it was pretty unclear as to what was going to happen at the local level. And a lot of towns passed resolutions or ordinances back in the summer or September saying that they were going to prohibit marijuana sales in their community. And we did the same thing. We wanted to make sure that we were always in control of this process, and adopting that allowed us to take a look at what the state regulations were before we adopted this ordinance in December 2021. So what happened was we had an ordinance on the books for 3-4 months that said you can't have any dispensaries, any businesses in Maplewood. And that just gave us time to really take a look at passing an ordinance that we were comfortable with. So here's the ordinance. This is sets the blueprint of how we're going to move forward. We're going to allow 4 retail operations, 5 delivery, 1 cultivator, 1 manufacturer, 1 wholesaler, and 1 distributor. Those last 4 we think are important. We like these. We have some businesses in town. We think these are similar to other factory businesses. The one thing we're probably most concerned about is the cultivator, only because of the odor that can be associated with that. But we'll cross that if someone comes to us. We thought 4 retail was the appropriate size. And the delivery, we saw that as a real opportunity for entrepreneurs. This could be a one-person operation that could start a business delivering both within your town and to the adjacent towns. We continued with the buffer zones. We lowered the distance from a school from 1,000 that was in the medical to 500, 200 feet from a house of worship. And then we had first passed an ordinance that said 1,000 feet between cannabis establishments. We're going back now and changing that to 500 feet. we just wanted some distance so that you would not have similar
Victor.
businesses, just like we really wouldn't want to have two liquor stores
Victor.
or even two nail salons next to each
Victor.
other. So that's what we wanted to do.
Victor,
Yes.
you guys have 1 minute left.
Okay. Annual license, you can see that there. I'm going to keep going. Here's our zoning map. And we did a lot of no's. So no sales, of course, to 21. Nothing can be smoked or eaten on the premises. Nothing can be visible. We did a cannabis license application. And we did an eligibility for points. So this is a way that we look at the operation of the cannabis establishment. We assign them points. We have a review committee that assigns the points. It comes then to the township committee. So there's a dual process. You have the state process, and then you have the local process. You can't open a facility without the state license. You can't open it in Maplewood without the local. So
Victor.
here we are as of last week. We
Victor,
have 5
thank you.
retail applications.
Victor,
We're going to be looking at 2 of them on April 5th. We have
Victor,
1 manufacturing and 1 delivery. And that's
thank
it.
you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much for the presentation. Okay. Matt, is Matt on?
Yes.
Matt, there you
I'm
are.
there. You hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks for having me on. Welcome, everybody. I'm Matt Bellis. I've been a Princeton resident for 8 years. I'm raising my 2 kids here, and I love this town. I can tell you this much. I didn't move to Princeton because it's like any other town, and I respect Maplewood. I grew up in Montclair. We used to compete all the time against Columbia High School. I get it, but Princeton is a special place. I'm a clinical neuropsychologist, and since 2006, I make my living traveling the country as a drug prevention speaker. In my travels, I've spoken for lots of boards of health in places like Washington and California. And oftentimes I'm brought in after dispensary opens. Like, for example, I was in Sonoma County pre-pandemic, and someone who works for the Board of Health was driving me to all these schools to speak, pointing out dispensaries and talking about things like, when they moved in, the illicit market of marijuana just thrived. More kids were using. Eventually, the dispensaries struggled, some of them. And of course, they became a lot more aggressive in their marketing and social media and so forth. And some of them closed. And when they closed, big box marijuana stores stepped right in. And the message there was like, why is this happening? In my mind, it's all because of the money. That's what this is. This is not about prevention. They're going to tell you what percentage they're going to set aside for some prevention efforts. And it's great that they do that. But this is about money, making money. It's not about adolescent mental health, we have a crisis in this country. Try finding a psychiatrist or psychologist if you ultimately get entangled with one of these products and need some help. No, it's about money. They're not setting up an infrastructure to help young people who might struggle. This is not about people in recovery, by the way, who might be triggered by seeing a dispensary or some advertisements. It's not about the elderly who may be experiencing a high concentration THC products for the first time. What are they going to do? It's not about pregnant women who are getting mixed information out there if they're trying to figure out if these products are okay for them. It's also not about the quality of our air in Princeton on a beautiful Saturday when you're walking with your family through town and you can smell marijuana in the air, because honestly, it's a pervasive smell. It follows you everywhere. It is about the money. Do yourself a favor, go to the New Jersey Cannabis Regulatory Commission's website. And what you're going to see there is that they're not represented by doctors. They're not represented by psychologists. The first thing they're going to show you is the business plan, because it's all about the money. I was in a documentary called Voices of Hope about individuals struggling to recover from drug abuse. And something I learned from the executive producer was anytime you have a business, okay, that is all about addictive products, they need 3 things. They need young, vulnerable brains, people under the age of 25. They need high concentration product, and they need heavy users of this stuff. And that's exactly what these businesses are going to be about. They're going to try to attract heavy users. But you know what? The good news is we have a choice. We get a choice. We can choose not to opt in, we can opt out. We can be positive role models for the thousands of people who come into Princeton to visit. They can see that we've decided to opt out. We can make that choice. Tonight I'm representing concerned Princeton parents and residents about the opening of dispensary. And I want to talk about what we know. The CTF report, which came out here, was very one-sided. There are 3 members of the CTF that are part of the cannabis industry. I want to know, where was the Board of Education? Where was the police? I'm told they stopped attending the meetings. We don't even have minutes for the meetings. Who voted? Who wrote it? Where's the transparency? But my biggest problem, honestly, with the CTF report, their confidence that dispensaries don't increase teen use. They're very confident. They stand there and say, you know what, it doesn't. And they'll point to 1 or 2 items. There's actually one study the CTF report cited, the only study, by the way, the CTF cited. And that tells you something, right? Because if they had a dozen, they would have cited them. There was one study from 2019. And ultimately, we can talk about that later as to why it isn't the full picture on what's going on. But I can share with you that the data from California and Washington would definitely beg to differ. Another thing the CTF report did, they didn't talk about negative impacts at all, as though there were never going to be negative impacts as a result of this plan. And I can tell you that I have many clients that would disagree. And the Board of Education and members of the Board of Health have voiced some serious concerns in recent weeks. And I really think that we should listen. You know, pot's going to still be legal in New Jersey. Yes, that's true, no matter what we do here. But let's address some of the risks, some of the unknowns before we open a marijuana store, or 3 in town, or 5, like in Maplewood. We have 20 schools in Princeton, 20 schools. So you got to find a location that's within 500 feet, not within 500 feet of the school. It's going to be tough to do. Remember, opting in is a long-term commitment, at least 5 years, I'm told, before we can do anything about it. So what is the rush? Now I want to show some slides, if I could. We are not mandated to opt in. There's a lack of regulation in this all cash business because it's ultimately federally not legal. And there's too much we just don't know. What are the costs? What are the risks? What's the behavior of the cannabis industry? Is it really big tobacco? I can tell you that in states like California, they're in court now fighting regulations all the time. They want different signage on the highways. You fly into Los Angeles, what are you going to see on the highways? You're driving up the 101. You see billboards, they go, booze, legal weed, gambling, rehab, lawyer. It's like, it just comes at you one after another. And you're like, is that what we really want to see in New Jersey? Another business around addiction that is advertising everywhere because they pushed the regulations. You know, what's the impact of cannabis normalization on our youth? We honestly don't really know yet. We are living it. We are the guinea pigs now. Yet the CTF seems so confident in their report, and the presentation earlier seems so confident. How about public safety? There's an MIT professor that did a study recently, unpublished, but it showed that there's a 6% increase in DUIs in areas around dispensaries when they open up. There are some myths we have to dispel. The myth is that it's going to remedy all the social and racial justice problems we have in this country. I wish it was true, but sadly, it isn't. And it's a myth that cannabis is like alcohol, and it isn't. Look, towns in Michigan, California, and Colorado are still opting out today. In a mature, legalized market, they're opting out. Because opting out is not prohibition. You know, there are many legal products that are not sold here. We did some surveys, and we collected some surveys. I want to present them to you. Change.org. Now, these aren't scientific samplings. These are just surveys we did, and 900 people, Change.org, ultimately signed a petition. They're against retail cannabis shops. More than 60% of those polled do not want dispensaries in Princeton, according to the Princeton Perspective Survey in 2021. A next door poll showed no majority of residents who want retail marijuana shops. And ultimately, we look at it ourselves. Our poll that found more than 700 residents say no to marijuana shops. So what's the point? You know, I don't know why CTF is so confident that they have the support of all the Princeton residents when we're seeing evidence to the contrary. Now I'd like to bring up our first speaker in addition to me. We'll have 2, and it is Dr. Aaron Weiner. Dr. Weiner is a board certified psychologist and addiction specialist. So please, Dr. Weiner, take it away.
I'd be happy to. Thank you. And thanks for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. So I am a board certified psychologist. I'm an addiction specialist, and I was previously a hospital administrator. And I was overseeing an addiction service line. And that's where I was when legalization came in Illinois. And one of the reasons why I started speaking out about this and spent a lot of time in a lot of communities here in Illinois was that as someone who works with the people who are literally the human fallout of these policies, it was absolutely mind-boggling to me to see a commercial addiction for profit industry pull the wool over a new generation of Americans. Because ultimately that's what this is about. As Matt was saying, this is not about social justice. That's something also that tends to be confused in ballot measures, is people think that they're voting for social justice. What they're actually voting for is THC commercialization. And that's something that's actually very different. When you look at polls, do people actually want commercial THC versus social justice, where you give them options? Time after time, you see something very different. But ultimately, what I would like to talk with you about in my time this evening is about the local impact. Because ultimately, that's the big question. Recreational marijuana is coming, but now what? How should your community respond to this? Because you're going to hear ideas like, and I wrote this before the first presenters tonight, we might as well make money from it. If you don't, someone else is going to do it, or there's going to be a public health cost. We should make money to deal with that. If we opt out, other people will just get the revenue. And so what's the downside? Actually, a lot locally, which is really, again, what I'd like my focus to be on, of what does it mean when you bring a dispensary in? And there's a reason why, as you just saw, about 50 to 80% of communities tend to opt out. Now, on the question of youth, and this is something where the data is not nearly as clear cut as the first presenters mentioned, and as Matt was mentioning, there are a lot of statewide surveys that show actually, yes, in legal states it goes up. Both all across the board, as well as in terms of just with youth. This one, again, I want to talk just locally, because we're not debating legalization at the state level. That's been done. What happens when you bring this in? This was one looking in Washington State, and what they found here was that exposure to advertising, positive, negative outcome beliefs, perceived peer norms were associated with intention to use, and that the distances to retailers moderated the relationship between advertising and intentions, as well as positive outcome expectancies. Legislators should take note about where you place these things. Here is another one. This one was actually more at looking at medical dispensaries, but seeing how much advertising, how many dispensaries, what does that do to youth use? And they found here in California the same thing for young adults. The more people who are looking at this content, the more likely they are to do it. The more you see it, the more accessible it is, the more likely it is that someone is going to use that product. It's a basic law of any trade, really, but certainly addiction for profit. This is why, if you were looking at the news yesterday, Walmart is not going to sell cigarettes anymore, and why Tobacco 21 exists. When you lower access, you lower use. Now, in terms of what people are exposed to, this study just came out this year showing that cannabis companies do not actually adhere to the law in terms of how they're supposed to advertise once they get into town. And just a couple of anecdotes from my own community about this. This was one dispensary literally in my backyard that was handing out their swag to children at a summer fair. And when they were given the chance to say something about it, they said, well, kids use medical marijuana too. So what's the big deal? And by the way, just to say one thing that I feel like I have to say, parental modeling of drug use is a terrible idea. For alcohol, for cannabis, for THC products, that is something unequivocally that the data does not support. And if you are taking care of your kids high, that is a DCFS call if a mandated reporter hears about it. So I just really need to put that out there. Modeling drug use for kids is not a healthy thing. It makes them more likely to do it. This actually also was going on in my community. You're not allowed to use animals, but Zenaleaf did. They used what they called their party raccoon until a police complaint forced them to take it down. This was actually right next to, you can map this, Lania Elementary School, which uses a raccoon as its mascot. 5 minutes away. You cannot make this stuff up. And these are the names of the products being sold. brownie scout, banana cookies, layer cake, magic melon, pineapple muffin, lemon bean. And then these are the edibles. Here in Illinois, we were told this is, the most progressive law. We're not going to make the same mistakes that Colorado did. We sell pot lollipops, pot chocolates, pot gummies. This makes a difference. What this study found just came out last year. I wish, by the way, guys, I wish that this data was available back in 2019 when we were doing this in Illinois, because people were saying, well, who knows what's going to happen? Now we know what's going to happen. This one, again, looking locally, and the data is still burgeoning. So this is everything that I could find right now. What we found was in this study was that within a 4-mile impact radius of a dispensary, there was a greater likelihood of young adult use, heavier use, stronger intentions to use, and more problematic use. Here is another study that shows the same thing with young people. This is 18 to 26 in particular. The closer it is to where they live, the more likely they're going to use it and more frequently, and they're particularly concentrated amongst young adults. This study just came out, I believe this year, or maybe the end of 2021, looking at pregnant women. And as the previous speaker mentioned, this is a huge problem with pregnant women. It is absolutely harmful to the fetus, period. And there's been a Surgeon General advisory about it. It is not healthy. More pregnant women use marijuana and THC products when it is available to them. And this study also came out last year, found that in communities that this particularly affects, this proximity effect impacts young adults who are white and Asian disproportionately. That said, this study, which also came out last year, looking at hospitalizations, found that an additional 1 dispensary per square mile in a zip code was associated with a 6.8% increase in the number of hospitalizations. And this was particularly robust, this effect, in areas of color and low income. This is the opposite of social justice. And I think you're going to hear this from the presenter after me today as well. But what this is saying literally is every additional dispensary you put in, you can assume you're going to get a 6.8% increase in hospitalizations due to marijuana products. Property values, the first speaker mentioned that it is absolutely very debatable. This study just came out last year as well that found within a third of a mile around a dispensary, there's a 3 to 4% decrease in property values compared to control areas. And this survey of realtors found that about half of them said that the smell is difficult to remove if people have smoked marijuana in there, and that there can be moisture issues. And so to wrap things up and pass to the next presenter, and I know things moved quickly tonight, I want to be mindful of time, is that it's so important to proceed thoughtfully. Because if you are under the impression that there will be no impact of this other than just taking current cannabis users and giving them a legal place to buy it, that is incorrect. And the data that we're seeing currently being replicated, that's only just started to come out, is pointing in the opposite direction. You can assume that more people are going to be intoxicated. You can presume that more young people, particularly 18 to 26, particularly adolescents as well, as this gets normalized for them, are going to use. We now have one study. You might have seen news about poison control calls about THC going up, 6.8% increase in hospitalizations. So the question really is, what are these consequences worth to you in cash? What is the dollar value you are placing on that? And I know I'm coming from this from a public health perspective. I am a licensed clinical psychologist. I treat people with addiction. That's where my passion comes from for this, because I work with these people every day. There is a cost to the money you are making. There are other ways to achieve social justice. There are other ways to lift up underserved communities than selling pot to them and potentially addicting a new generation of young people. So proceed very thoughtfully. If there's a dollar amount that this is worth to you, then that is absolutely your choice to make. But please understand, there are consequences locally to this decision, and it's important to take that into account when you're deciding how you'd like to make your money. So, thank you.
Thanks so much, Aaron. I really appreciate your words. And I definitely want to get to our next speaker, who was literally fighting a fire this evening and is now joining us. I'll give you his background. Will Jones is the Director of Communications at Smart Approaches to Marijuana, a nonprofit bipartisan group dedicated to the health first approach to marijuana. So we have Will Jones, who can take it away for us now. Where are you, Will?
I'm right here. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Cool. Thanks, Matt. I've got just a few minutes, so I'm going to go through this quickly. As Matt mentioned, though, I did literally just finish fighting a second alarm fire here in Washington, D.C., where I live. And I mentioned that to say that what I bring to the marijuana policy space is that same passion to look out for my community. And also as a first responder, you know, my goal when I'm in those interventions is to give people, you know, if you see certain chest pains or whatever, you say, hey, you probably want to go see the doctor, because 9 times out of 10, when you're having these symptoms, you know, you need, you know, XYZ is going to happen if you're having these symptoms. And for me, that's what I want to share this evening, not to tell anyone what to do, how to vote, or, you know, tell anybody, you know, what they should think, but definitely to present a balanced perspective on this issue from the data that's coming from across the nation, so that people can make an informed decision for themselves about what you want to have there in Princeton. And so let me hop right into this. Share screen. Having some slight technical difficulties there. 1 second. Can you see my screen?
Nope.
No.
Oh, yeah, well,
Not yet. Let's try this. Apologize for this. Usually goes without a hitch, so let's hope this happens. It
well, as Will gets the slides up, I think I should jump in and just point out a few things that I think I probably wouldn't get to in the interest of time. But first of all, the CTF report that they cited is problematic simply because they pooled data on whether or not dispensaries increase teenage use. I think it's important to point out that when you pool national and state data together, the CDC explicitly says this is going to yield some unreliable estimates. And that's exactly what the CTF was hanging their hat on in terms of that confident approach of saying, oh, it doesn't raise teen use. The second thing I want to point out was location. Where are these dispensaries going to go? If you read the CTF report, they want them within walking distance of people's homes. They want that. My thought initially was, well, maybe they'd be far out of reach of anyone's homes. I don't know where you could find that in Princeton, but in the report, they say they want people to be able to walk or bike there. Do you want them within walking distance of your homes? We saw earlier, Dr. Weiner presented some data on what it does to property values. They go down 3 to 4%. So I want to point that out. Now, Will, are you ready to go?
I guess I'm back. I don't know quite what happened, but if you can see can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, cool. So I apologize for that. Like I said, I'm actually in the basement of my firehouse, so I was trying to share here. But there's 3 core arguments for legalization and dispensaries, and I just want to quickly go through them with the time that I have left. So arrest and incarceration, business equity initiatives, and reinvesting in communities harmed by the war on drugs. So really to evaluate what's happened on a national and state level and at a town level when states have tried this. And I think it's really important for us to remember our history as we go forward. So in all of our lifetime, because this is the backdrop of me kind of really digging into this issue, you know, big tobacco companies said stuff like, we don't smoke that shit. We just sell it. We reserve the right to smoke for the young, the poor, the black, and stupid. It's very important to remember this, because if we don't remember the mistakes of the past, we are doomed to repeat them. And when I began working on this issue in Washington, D.C., these were the closest stores to my house in any direction. In 2022, if you're to walk out the front door of my house, this is still the reality in communities of color, this oversaturation, this predatory targeting by big tobacco, alcohol companies towards disadvantaged communities. And so we've shown that still in 2022, we do not have the political will to properly regulate these companies such that they do not behave in a predatory way with addiction. And again, this is down the street from my home, closest stores in any direction. And these aren't even liquor stores, by the way. These are convenience stores, 2022. And this is important because as we're going into the marijuana space, there's been billions of dollars that have been invested by big tobacco, alcohol. So you see there, Molson Coors, Corona, Blue Moon, These companies have invested billions of dollars, and it's because they don't throw away billions of dollars for nothing. They know that there's a return on their investment, and they count on what is happening on a state-by-state level of towns and states welcoming legalization, perhaps at a smaller level, but they know, again, once they're able to have a certain level of saturation, these billions of dollars that they have invested is going to quickly turn around, and they're going to receive a return on that investment. And so for me, as I've looked at this issue, to me, it looks almost more like an appropriation of issues of social injustice for business profit by, again, big tobacco, alcohol, and other companies like that that are doing this. And even here in DC, where we had campaigns that said legalization ends discrimination, my thought was, if your understanding of the systemic inequality and discrimination in our country, if you think that it's going to be solved through legalization, there's really, that's naive at best. There's so much complexity to that. And so companies have exploited partnerships in communities of color to embed themselves and have that kind of, to embed themselves in communities. And so this is why I care. You see there, those are some of the stores on the left near my house. On the right, some stores in Colorado, very eerily similar. And you see that even there, like in Denver, Colorado, more pot shops than Starbucks and McDonald's combined, disproportionately in disadvantaged communities. And I have to say, it doesn't start out this way. Everyone starts out with good intentions. We're going to keep it regulated. We're going to keep it here. But year after year, lobbyists that are seeing big dollar signs, the original regulations, which again, I think maybe in Princeton, the initial thing is 3 dispensaries or something. These inevitably change when you have billions of dollars knocking on the door by lobbyists, by these big corporations. And we've seen that in state after state. So in arrest and incarceration, just going to take 1 minute here because this has already been talked about. But one thing that hasn't been talked about is that in Colorado, California, in state Massachusetts, and I don't have time to go through the details of all this. I believe you all have the slides yourself so you can see the details. But what happens after legalization and commercialization is actually arrests of African Americans. They have not gone down to pre-legalization levels overall. If you're talking specifically about certain categories of marijuana arrests, yes, they do go down. But if you look at overall arrests, and I'll show another slide here, this is Massachusetts, for example, overall arrests, Black arrests have increased after states have legalized and commercialized. This should not come as a surprise to us because alcohol, for example, is responsible for twice as many arrests as all other drugs combined. So when something is legal, and I see this as a first responder, unfortunately, sometimes everyone's not responsible when they use a mind-altering substance. Many people are, but everyone isn't. And that gives law enforcement that we haven't addressed these systemic issues of inequality, that gives them more opportunity to exercise their bias because of the conditions that are created when people are using substances, whether that's alcohol or marijuana. And so, again, we've seen this in state after state, that not only did arrests for African Americans increase overall, but also the incarcerated population, it did not decrease, it actually increased as well. So this is California. Again, I don't have time to dig into the specifics of each of these, but just to say, when you look at them, you actually see that there were no significant decreases and in fact increases in many states. On business equity initiatives, again, I've heard a lot of good intentions, and I believe there's a lot of good energy in the of when we look at what's actually happening in other places, we see the same thing. They promise social equity. Illinois, same thing. And these are quotes from, this is from the National Diversity and Inclusion Cannabis Alliance. They said people had dreams and hopes of building generational wealth, and it's done just the opposite. It's ruining lives at this point. Because when you introduce this before doing the underlying work to address systemic inequality, it actually perpetuates it. It doesn't help, it perpetuates it. And unfortunately, there in New Jersey, there are still systemic issues of inequality. Even John Harmon there, who heads the African American Chamber of Commerce there in New Jersey, he said that since 10 years of medical marijuana legalization in New Jersey, not one has gone to an African American. There's been some dispute about that says maybe there is one license actually, but needless to say, it's a very tiny amount. And again, from the African American Chamber of Commerce there in New Jersey, they are extremely upset about what has happened. So this is showing a pattern that's continued for the past 10 years. Again, if we open the doors there in Princeton, it's going to continue to perpetuate these things. Headline after headline shows this in state after state. the president of the Minority Cannabis Business Association said, time is up on selling your business dream as a social justice movement, because inevitably, once you enter these things, they're exploited by big corporate interests. And again, this is from Massachusetts, Illinois. Go through these slides slower. Again, they're provided, and you can see each of the headlines, each of the states that are affirming that it starts out with good intentions, which is what I'm also hearing that there in Princeton. Inevitably, the systems get gamed. People are actually hurt worse because of this, because they've invested things in this, they've invested business capital in this. And then the inevitable outcome, though, is that, again, because these systems haven't been addressed, systems of inequality have yet to be overhauled in New Jersey and other places. It plays into the hands of corporate interests. Massachusetts, cannabis social equity boosting measures fail. Michigan, same thing. Minorities find themselves shut out. By the way, every place that has done this has said the exact same things that you heard at the beginning of this evening. They said, we're going to do this for equity. We're going to reinvest in certain communities. We're doing this for equity. And I do not doubt the sincere good intentions, but I'm saying we have to be realistic about where we are as a nation, where we are with the infrastructure of how our policies currently work and they're implemented, and the power of big corporations. And just to go to the last one, because I know time is short, reinvesting in communities harmed by the war on drugs. We're seeing, again, these same things. It sounds great, and I always say this, I have no problem with the intentions of what we want to see, but we have to look past the intentions to see what is actually happening. And so this last clip that I want to show, it's less than a minute. This is just from Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and she shares, she says it's compounding the racial wealth gap. And I think it's important to note that, because again, this is, she talk about the reality of what's actually taking place. And it looks like that may not be playing, and I know the time is up. So again, that should be in the presentation as well. I encourage people to check it out, but I'll just summarize what she said here. But she said that what's happening is what we're seeing in state after state is that it's actually compounding, and that's the quote that I have there, compounding the racial wealth gap in states that have legalized instead of actually helping it. And so again, if we rush into this there in Princeton, New Jersey, or as we've seen in other places, without first addressing the underlying systemic issues of inequality, what you do is create a system that's exploited, again, by these same companies.
Well, Will, we're running out of time, and the technical difficulties of you being in a basement of a firehouse are present, but we appreciate your service to helping people deal with fires, and thank you for finding the time to come share with us. I have 1 minute left, so I'm going to encourage people to go and look at our slides that are available online. But at the end of the day, I want you to know that about 5-6 years ago, I got a call from a mom of a teenager whose son got a hold of some high concentration THC product, and he had a psychotic episode. And she asked me what I thought she should do. I said, well, bring him to the emergency room. And it turns out there's a study out of the UK from a year ago that showed when THC concentration gets above 10% of the population, you see a rise in emergency room visits. Yes, and I have to wrap up, but thank you for the time. And I just want to point out that we have lots to consider on this issue, and thanks for hearing us out, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much. If you could just unshare the screen so we could. Okay. So we have about 341 people participating other than the people on the screen right now, just so people out there know what's going on. And also we at the start of the meeting, we only had about 130 people, and I kind of laid out the rules of the road. Bernie, how long does your summary of staff comments take? Because I'm wondering if we should wait till after the pause that we're going to take in a few minutes.
Yeah, I suspect it'll take at least 10 minutes. So if you're going to break at 8:15 anyway, we'll probably would go into that break.
Okay, thanks. So just for the sake of everybody that joined after a few minutes into the meeting, we had discussed that at 8:15, we were asked by the school board to take a 15-minute break because there was a significant number of people that were tuned into this meeting that needed to jump over to the school board meeting. So from 8:15 to 8:30, we're going to pause our meeting. We don't want people that aren't going to the school board meeting to go anywhere. We want you to stay here. We're just not going to conduct business for 15 minutes. And then as soon as that pause is over, our administrator is going to give a summary of staff comments, et cetera, on the topic. And then we're going to continue with, and then we're going to start up with public comment. Public comment, everybody gets 3 minutes. You need to say your name, your address. Think about what you want to say before you get called upon so you can get to your point and be succinct and get your point within that 3 minutes. Since we have 344 people on as of right now, there's no way we're going to get everybody in tonight. At 11 o'clock, we're going to do a stop, assess whether we're going to stop the meeting then and continue it at another date. If we stop the meeting tonight because there's just too many people and we can't get to them all, we will, at the meeting where we continue this, we will make sure everybody that was in line to speak gets to speak at the next meeting. And then we'll go to council questions and comments on the topic. Everyone that sent in emails that we might not have a chance to read tonight, they would be put in the agenda package for the continuation meeting so people can read at their leisure all the comments that were sent in. So that's the plan. It's 8:11. We have 4 minutes till we're going to take the pause. I'm not going to talk needlessly, so we're actually just going to start the pause in our meeting now. We'll start up again at 8:30. So again, just kind of think out what you might want to say when we call upon you. And this is a great time to take a break. You need to take a bathroom break, go get a beverage, eat something real quick. If you missed dinner, do it now. And at 8:30 on the dot, we're starting back up. So thanks for your patience. Talk to you soon. All right, we'll be coming back in just a little under a minute. We'll start the meeting again. Thanks everyone for your patience. Okay, it's 8:30. We're going to start the meeting again. Thank you very much again for hanging in there with us. Our administrator will give his summary of staff comments, and then we'll go right to public comment. Bernie, do you want to give your
Yeah.
presentation?
Thank you, Mayor. These, as the mayor said, are staff comments based on the area of expertise of the staff. I'll try to get through them pretty quickly. First one is legal. The initial question is, New Jersey legalized the use of cannabis under state law, but at the federal level, cannabis remains illegal as a Schedule I controlled substance. And the concern that had been expressed is, if we allow cannabis in Princeton, does that violate federal law, opening us up to federal enforcement action or withholding of federal funding? The answer to that turns out to be no, it does not. And that's based on the holding by the New Jersey Supreme Court in the case of Hager versus M&K Construction, 2021 case. Relative to planning and zoning on the issue, cannabis dispensaries in New Jersey are considered retail use. If permitted, the planning board would like an ordinance to address site plan concerns such as size and location of the site, traffic generation, deliveries, parking, landscaping, noise, odor, or other quality of life issues. For consistency with the master plan, the planning board may consider economic benefits of the dispensaries balanced against the health, safety, and appropriateness of the location chosen. Zoning is a delineation of districts and the establishment of regulations governing the use, placement, spacing, and size of land and buildings. The intent of the municipal land use law is to encourage municipal action to guide the appropriate use or development of all lands within the state in a manner that will promote the health, safety, morals, and general welfare. Retail use is typically permitted in any zone that retail uses are permitted in New Jersey. Municipalities determine their own regulations and zoning ordinances governing the number, type, and operations of cannabis businesses within its borders. The Cannabis Task Force did identify several areas that they thought cannabis dispensaries would be appropriate. Zoning has looked at that. Each of them do permit retail use. There is a slight difference in the Jugtown area. The area is located around the intersection of Nassau Street and Harrison Street and is comprised of the residential office zone, RO, and the neighborhood business zone, NB. The RO zone does not permit retail uses. The NB does allow retail uses, but limits the size of the establishment to no greater than 5,000 square feet. The issue of buffer zones has been discussed, and they've been discussed as anywhere between 200 to 1,000 feet. 2,000-foot buffer zone would have a limited effect on the establishment of dispensaries, where a 1,000-foot buffer would impact the Witherspoon-Jackson neighborhood and the central business zone the most. If dispensaries are permitted, an enabling ordinance is required, and some of the things that need to be considered are how many dispensaries are we going to permit? Will traffic be increased? Will there be any parking issues associated with that? What will the hours of operation be? Will there be a distance requirement that must be maintained between dispensaries in adjacent residential zones? There are certain advertising restrictions that must be in the ordinance. There are security requirements that must be incorporated into a local ordinance. There is a security system that the state is mandating. That includes a backup security system that includes video surveillance, as well as exterior lighting. a location of a dispensary cannot be in a grocery store, delicatessen, indoor food market, or retail food establishment, and they cannot be located in a store that sells alcohol. There is an ID requirement. You must be 21. The ID must occur before you enter the establishment, so sometimes that ends up with a queuing situation. So you must look at where it's going to be and will a line impede pedestrian traffic on the public right of way. And then lastly, with zoning, curbside pickup is permitted at dispensaries, and it's unclear if towns can opt out of that condition. Consideration should be given to the location of curbside pickups so not to interfere with traffic and parking. The police department had a representative on the committee, and they were there solely as a resource to provide guidance and professional opinions. The police department of Princeton does not believe that there'd be a substantial effect on the Princeton community relative to an increase in crime or driving under the influence based solely on the fact of retail cannabis stores conducting business in town. However, depending on the location of these establishments, the town may see an increase in traffic and parking related issues similarly to what you experience on any other retail business. Relative to training of the police department, currently we have 2 drug recognition experts, which are called DREs, which is sufficient for our daily operations. DREs are officers trained to recognize impairment of drivers under the influence of drugs and are an operational need for the police department, regardless of cannabis stores opening in town or not. If you get pulled over for drinking, for example, you would blow into a machine and it would tell you if you have been drinking and what your level of intoxication is. You cannot do that. There's no means to do that with a cannabis ingestion. So a drug enforcement officer is someone who is trained of the signs of someone being under the influence, and as such can state if they are under the influence of alcohol. We do have cannabis, and we do have 2 drug enforcement officers. The police department sees no need to increase that. Relative to the size of our agency, if cannabis dispensaries are permitted, the chief does not think that the department will need to increase in size. 2 areas of concern that the police department do have. One is if we allowed cultivating stores because of the odor, which was mentioned earlier, although it doesn't appear we're going in that direction at this time. And the other is smoking in public regarding the odor of burnt marijuana in community spaces, specifically in the downtown area. However, under the New Jersey Smoke-Free Air Act, a person is not permitted to smoke or vape marijuana in an area where smoking tobacco is prohibited. So something for council to consider is creating these smoke-free areas in the downtown as necessary. The next one is, this is Corner House. As you know, Corner House has been in existence in Princeton for 50 years. Their mission is to prevent and treat alcohol and drug addiction by engaging and supporting youth, adults, and families in lifelong living and recovery. While cannabis may be an alternative to opioids for those suffering chronic pain, PTSD, and other ailments, they recognize that any level of substance use has the potential to develop into a substance use disorder, depending on a confluence of many factors specific to each individual. And as we know, just because something is legal, that does not necessarily reflect on the likelihood for a substance use disorder to develop, such that we've seen with the opioid epidemic. They were legal, yet they became problematic. The most important thing we can do at this juncture is to develop a robust network of organizations that are focused on accurate and effective prevention and education that includes the conversation around legal recreational cannabis. Cannabis has been in Princeton community for quite some time, and Corner House knows that because they've been in Princeton since 1972. Although while many individuals use drugs recreationally, only a small percentage develop a substance use disorder. And then when it comes to youth and cannabis, there are much greater risks. Corner House, they know it's important to execute effective prevention and education. The youth must be provided with accurate information and strategies for developing skills such as communication, decision-making, problem-solving, and conflict resolution. Fear-arousing messages accompanied by incorrect or exaggerated information are not effective. It is important that prevention efforts remain flexible and responsive to the changing trends in use. Corner House will continue their leadership, prevention, treatment, and outreach approaches to address legalized adult use recreational cannabis in New Jersey, regardless of whether the municipality opts in to the state's adult use cannabis program or not. And then lastly, we have comments from the Ad Hoc Board of Health Committee on recreational cannabis. These are based on some background work they did, as well as comments at their March 8th Board of Health meeting. Please understand that the Board of Health will be discussing these issues again in April, and they will have additional comments at that time. From an overall point of view, the Ad Hoc Committee's view on recreational cannabis use can best be summed up in 2 words, and those are prevention first. Before considering approving local sale, you must assess current local use and local prevention needs. Before considering if we should have 1 or more retail cannabis stores, we should plan to implement education and outreach to assure that the public is aware of lower risk cannabis usage guidelines to prevent as many negative effects as possible of recreational cannabis use. And finally, before debating where to locate a store or how to expend any revenues generated by local sale, a clear estimate of needs and cost of registration, inspection, and enforcement age limits on sale should be made. Again, prevention first. The lower risk cannabis usage guidelines are an available and excellent framework for education of the public in Princeton. There are 2 general precautions that the lower risk cannabis usage guideline work group notes and the Ad Hoc Committee supports. And those are: first, those who might use retail cannabis need to know that there is no universally safe level of cannabis use. Thus, the only reliable way to avoid any risk of harm from using cannabis is to abstain from its use. And second, frequent cannabis use can lead to a cannabis use disorder that may require treatment. This seems to be particularly a risk if frequent use of higher potency cannabis products is used at a younger age. In terms of specific impacts of retail sales, the data does not exist to give a definitive answer to either the overall question of the impact of a retail cannabis store, a so-called dispensary in Princeton, or to the issue of the impact on any potential location if 1 or more sales sites are established. There is weak and contradictory data on overall impact of recreational sale on the overall youth intention to use. And lastly, there is a strong evidence that recreational sale within New Jersey, which will include delivery into Princeton, will lead to increased use of cannabis products among all age groups legally permitted to purchase such products. Thus, given that this is a recreational product with no documented safe level of use, preparations will need to be made to mitigate potential harms from increased use. Mayor, that's all I have on that.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so we're going to go to public comment. Again, everybody, we're going to go in the order you raised your hand. You have 3 minutes. There's a timer right here on the screen. Please watch it. It starts at 3 minutes. When it gets down to 0, you really need to stop. I don't want to debate with people that their time is up because that just takes time away from everyone else. We had about 340 people before we paused the meeting. We dropped down to about 245. We're back up to 317. So the vast majority of people have come back to the meeting. I know some people were concerned about that, so I wanted to share that. Again, we're going to stop the meeting at 11, assess where we are, and we might then decide to continue the meeting at another date. Okay. Adam, can we bring in the first person with their hand up? Again, say your name and address, and then you have your 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, Mayor, bringing over Tamer.
Okay. Tamer, can you unmute yourself?
Hello, hello.
Hello, there you go.
Hi there. Tamer Elshax from Deer Path in Princeton, New Jersey. Cannabis is a positive medicine for our society and community. for recreational and medical purposes. For some children who have seizures, cannabis provides the only known relief. Some seizures left untreated can cause brain damage. For people undergoing chemotherapy, the munchies from cannabis can help them eat and survive. Treatment with one concentrated form of cannabis oil has shrunk cancerous tumors in many documented cases in mice and humans. For medical purposes, cannabis has been successfully used to treat glaucoma, insomnia, chronic pain, PTSD, anxiety, and a myriad of other ailments and conditions. Cannabis is natural and non-lethal. Medically, it provides a non-lethal alternative to opioids, which kill 70,000 people per year in the United States. Recreationally, for adults only, cannabis provides a non-lethal alternative to alcohol, which kills 95,000 people per year in our country. Alcohol is quite dangerous, and thus its sale is regulated and only allowed to adults. Cannabis is not lethal at any dose. Treating cannabis similarly to alcohol for adult use in Princeton provides a safer, non-lethal alternative to alcohol for recreation. New Jersey has passed and Princeton has proposed local regulations that support minority and social equity ownership and participation to balance the racial disparity in arrests and the disproportionate suffering enforcement has caused minorities. Allowing legal, safe access to regulated cannabis in the community provides an alternative to dangerous, illegal, and unregulated marijuana or other drugs, which may contain other dangerous substances with potentially lethal consequences. All around, cannabis is a healthy addition to our community, providing friendlier, healthier, non-lethal alternatives to substances that are killing over 100,000 Americans every year. It provides natural, non-toxic relief for many ailments and conditions, as well as providing a healthier recreational alternative to alcohol in our community. Along with a majority of Princeton voters, I would like to see legal access to regulated cannabis in Princeton. The recommendations of the Cannabis Task Force seem well-informed and well thought out, and we should not allow a small, specific, fearful group to derail healthy and reasonable local cannabis regulation and the will of the people. Thank you so much, council members.
Thank you. Adam, can we bring in the next person, please?
Okay, next up is Jason.
Hi, thanks for letting me speak. My name is Jason Rogart in Marion Road in Princeton. I'm a medical physician at Capitol Health. I'm also the parent of 2 children in the Princeton public school system. Let me first be clear, I am not against the decriminalization of cannabis or the medical use of cannabis. As our last speaker mentioned, the medical use of cannabis has been well established and I fully support it. However, to the members of the town council, I implore you on the behalf of hundreds and thousands of residents of Princeton, please do not sell out our town for money and for some warped perception of social justice. After listening to the very eloquent presentations of Matt, Dr. Weiner, Mr. Jones, I don't know how the town could possibly allow dispensaries to open in Princeton. And I have to ask, why would the town take so many unknown risks involved here? For what benefit? And how could that benefit possibly outweigh the risks? I listened to the quote unquote evidence presented by the first presenter, and please don't be gullible and believe the misleading, unscientific, and biased slides he showed. And I hope you were as shocked as I was to listen to him tell us that we should be setting examples for our children on how to, quote, responsibly use mind-altering substances. That's absolutely ridiculous. As a physician, I can tell you that there are harmful effects of habitual cannabis use, not only to adults, but especially to children. And believe me, just like cigarettes, vaping, and alcohol, if it is made more easily available, our children will find a way to use it and abuse it. I don't know if any of you have children in high school or middle school, but I can't tell you how many times I hear my son tell me he sees kids vaping all the time in the bathrooms. I want to wrap up and just ask again, why should we take these risks? Why expose our town to these risks? We are better than this, and this will only inevitably harm our town and our children. The evidence is out there, and there will be more of it to come in the future. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. All right, Adam. Who's next?
Okay, next is Wei Jie.
Okay. Hi, could you unmute yourself? All right, you need to unmute yourself so we could hear you. All right, Adam, let's go to the next person, please.
Okay, bringing over Debbie.
Hi, I'm Debbie and I live here in Princeton. I have high school age children, and I think I could second what the previous speaker talked about. Kids are curious not only about alcohol, but drugs of any kind, and to open stores that will be selling this. As you all know, 21-year-old IDs are very easy to come by from New York City and Philadelphia. You open up this access, you're going to have children at young ages using these drugs as well. I can also speak from previous experience since what I consider the end of the pandemic, being in the city twice. I can't get over how disgusting that place smells from the smell of pot. I really, really hope that you will find it in the best interest of our town not to have that horrendous smell in our town, not just keeping it, making it a smoke-free zone, but also just keeping the drugs out of our town. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Adam, who's next?
Okay, next is Ching Lee.
All right, thank you. Before I speak, I want to thank you, Mayor, and the council member to give us the opportunity. Okay, I want to first start with some clarification on the definition of some words. First, the definition of propaganda from Oxford Language Dictionary. Information, especially of biased or misleading nature, used to promote or publicize a particular political cause or point of view. Marijuana is a highly controversial topic. The CTF claim they have been working with professionals and heard from all sides of voices. But if you read the 16-page report, you will notice that the CTF report barely has any clear citing references and is full of one-sided information. And they try to use this report to influence the council to make a policy for the whole Princeton. Do you think this phenomenon fits in the definition of propaganda? Second, systemic racism from the Cambridge Dictionary. The policies and practices that exist throughout a whole society or organization, and that result in and support a continued unfair advantage to some people and unfair to harmful treatment or harmful treatment of other based on race. Asian population composed of 17% of Princeton residents. Recently, there's a survey circulating in the community among all the 800 people and families who took the survey. More than 84% are clearly against the pot shop. Well, even after the Asian community have expressed a strong opposition against these marijuana retail stores, the arrogant CTF insists that their report was final and complete. From this case, we see that Princeton, a town supposed to be a leader in fighting systemic racism, was using its system to suppress the voice of a specific minority group. Third, the definition of a conflict of interest from Oxford Language Dictionary. A situation in which a person is in a position to derive personal benefit from actions or decisions made in their official capacity. Some members of the CTF claim they have no conflict of interest, but was found being associated with the cannabis lobbying group or is planning to open their own marijuana business after resigned in the middle of the CTF report process. I'm curious how the town council can make sure this CTF member or ex-members have no conflict of interest while composing the CTF report. After all, that report will be used as a policy-making reference by the town council, and that policy, if approved, would eventually affect all the Princeton residents. Fourth, definition of legalization from Cambridge Dictionary. The process of making something legal when it was previously illegal. Definition of commercialization, Cambridge Dictionary. The organization of something in a way intended to make a profit, the process of making a product or service available for sale to the public. Some people would use the fact that more than 70% of Princeton voters voted for legalization as evidence that a majority of Princeton voters support local dispensaries. Nowhere in the definition of legalization say anything about open stores.
Thank you. Thank you. Adam, can we bring in the next person, please?
Okay, next is Li Ping.
Hello, can you hear
Hi.
me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, this is Li Ping Wang. I live in Princeton, Little Brook area. So first of all, I want to just express my strong opposition to open the cannabis store in Princeton. So my first point is the CTF report is at best it's controversial, but at worst it's kind of misleading based on cherry pick data. So secondly, I want to say the process of the CFT report. So it's that the CFT member is like passed the report universally. So, but based on my experience talking to my neighbor and friends, majority of people actually they're against it. So I would think it's pretty much biased. Third point is that legalization of the for the marijuana is very different from opening a pot shop in the Princeton. So we legalization, in my understanding, is like decriminalization. So I think it's very different. So lastly, I strongly urge the council member or the CFT member to disclose any contradict of the interest, like disclose anything like that. So to make sure the process is fair and transparent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Adam.
All right, next is Joanne.
Okay. Joanne, can you unmute yourself? Just to everybody out there, you have to unmute yourself when we bring you over. So
Hello.
there you go.
Can you get my piece of paper? Hello, sorry about that. I was watching it on my phone and I'm not very tech savvy. Hello, thank you for having this meeting. My husband, I hope, is getting my notes so I can keep on track. Ian, you getting my notes? Yes. Okay, sorry. So first off, the first point I think I want to make is that a lot of the talk is about how this is going to affect the teenagers. You know, we're really worried they're going to start smoking more, doing marijuana more, and this is going to be a big problem. And my response to that is really, which was concerning, because when I spoke to some of the opposition members, they'd actually not visited a dispensary. And I visited a dispensary in Massachusetts, and it was quite funny, really, because, oh, am I on 2 minutes, 15 seconds? Have I already up there? Oh, shoot. The point was that there were police everywhere. They were directing traffic. You really, it was laughable. You know, I'm like there in my jersey plates. I'm like, oh, gonna get some marijuana. The police are outside. They had to check your ID. What's very good when you buy it from a dispensary, they have all the different strains. So, you know, when you're getting it, you're not going to get something that's going to make you paranoid, something that's going to help your pain, something that's going to help your sleep. But the main thing is, the point is, clearly we're not debating whether pot for young people is a good thing, marijuana. The question is, are they going to be able to get it more by having a dispensary? I think not. I think there's a lot of scaremongering out there, a lot of misinformation. And to answer some of the opposition group members' reports, they've mentioned that we shouldn't, as parents, be modeling drugs in our home. Well, I beg to ask, how many of you go out and drink wine with your food? There's really not much difference between drinking a glass of wine and having some marijuana. They also mentioned a poll result that 70% of Princeton were polled they didn't want to have this. And I find that not relevant because we, as the first gentleman expressed, that, oh, hurry up, that that the actual voters were the votes, and it was 75%. How to get access, okay, there was someone who mentioned that one of the speakers for the opposition had a lot of data there. I didn't see any facts there, any peer review, anything. It was just simple sound bites. And then they mentioned that the child that had the psychotic episode. Well, where did he get his drugs? Because I will end on this point. If the kids want the drugs, they're going to get them from the school bathroom. That's what we want to eliminate. We want to focus on having more mental health facilities to help people make the right decisions.
Thank you, Joanne. Let me just remind people as we bring you on, for the sake of our minutes, it's really helpful if you give us a name and an address, or at least a section of town. No, that's okay, Joanne. I'm not calling you out specifically. It just, for the people that are trying to do the minutes of this meeting afterwards, when they're listening to the tape later on, it's not quite as easy as if they were in the meeting at the moment. So anyway, thank you. Adam, bring in the next person, please.
Okay, next we have Renee.
Hi, yes, my name is Renee Obregon, Walker Drive. I've got two students, one in the high school and one in the elementary school. To be clear, I am in support of decriminalization and legal usage for adult recreation medical use. However, I want to voice my opposition to proposed cannabis dispensaries in downtown Princeton for 4 reasons. One, we shouldn't conflate the vote to decriminalize marijuana possession, of which I am support, as implicit approval for dispensaries in town. Those are 2 very different facts. Number 2, it is wrong to assume that Black and Brown communities are supportive of retail dispensaries in Princeton. I am of Cuban Peruvian descent, so I'm Latin. I do not support this presence in our town. I'd like to know if the CTF has wholly canvassed these 2 communities in Princeton to get their opinion. They're assuming that they want it, and I'm not sure that that is the case. 3, from a youth perspective, which is my primary concern, there's a major disconnect between advocates' observations and realities on the ground. One of the arguments in favors of dispensaries is it will reduce the black market. While it may reduce the black market for legal adult use, it does nothing for illegal youth use. And unless the CTF is condoning leakage from the legal market to youths, that's not going to happen. The reality is that growing the legal market will seed the illegal market, so they have consumers when they become of legal age. And the 4th point is Princeton adults who want access have access. They're not being prohibited. You just have to go to Route 1. It's 14 minutes. I would like a Wegmans, a gas station, and a pharmacy within walking distance to my house. But I, like most Princetonians, have to get in a car and drive there. Is the council suggesting that getting marijuana should be easier than getting food, medicine, and gas? This isn't prohibition for adults. This is about protecting our youth. Just look at cigarettes. We no longer see teens smoking cigarettes. This is my observation. I don't have medical science to back this, but one of the reasons is they don't see their parents normalizing it. It's no longer being advertised, and it's hard to find on the main street in downtown Princeton. I can't find it. Contrast that with vaping, where it's become normalized with big business, and you're seeing advertising, and it's now become an epidemic amongst our youth. I'm not absolving myself of my parental responsibilities with regards to educating my children about drugs. I absolutely do that, but normalizing it with stores downtown makes the job much harder. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, Adam, who's next?
All right, next we have Lisa.
Thank you, Lisa Jack now for Rand Road. It's essential when weighing a municipal decision that the town council consider all information, and that's why I'm compelled to speak out as a concerned resident. Unfortunately, the task force convened by council didn't provide that, and now others must fill in their gaps. It seems impossible when tasked with considering the best interests of our community to not note any risks or concerns experienced in other communities. People involved in the cannabis industry were on our task force. They're behind several letters to the editor, articles, and the green yard signs around town. And some don't even live in Princeton, like the first speaker tonight. It's hard not to see why cannabis commercialization is getting such a push in Princeton. Yet it's essential for council to pay attention to the numerous reports and studies that have since been highlighted that demonstrate concerns and risks associated with dispensaries that have opened elsewhere, and to consider the many things still unknown if you push forward. This information has been highlighted to council by me and a very large group of other highly educated people, including parents, other residents, medical and mental health professionals, members of our Board of Health, and our school board. They're not people paid by any industry, and this information is not something to brush aside. Most residents voted to legalize marijuana out of concern for wrongful incarcerations in the past, not to open retail stores near our schools, near people's homes, or in our walkable family areas. While the task force frames their proposal to suggest walkability enables equity for people to purchase retail marijuana, as the previous caller said, there's no pharmacies or supermarkets walkable to everyone. Marijuana is not more important than those, and it's not about equity. Home delivery makes marijuana available to all legal residents, and there will be stores for those that prefer, but they need not be walkable. Most families don't want to walk near a marijuana store, or worse, know that their older children are doing so when they're out alone. Most residents don't want to live near the strong odor of marijuana or have to deal with the increase in traffic stores will bring. Who wants gun-carrying security personnel protecting the all-cash business near their homes on a daily basis? Infrastructure, like Route 1 in Lawrence, creates ease of availability without burdening homeowners and residents with the downfalls associated with proximity. It's not about not in my town, it's about our town doesn't have the right infrastructure. Placing a store in a small congested town like Princeton only serves to normalize marijuana and get more eyes on it so the user base grows. It's great for big business, but not for our community. As rightly highlighted by many, marijuana has some proven medicinal benefits, and those people have access to it. Yet, strangely, Princeton hasn't attempted to open a medicinal marijuana dispensary in the 12 years it's been legal. Why? Because this isn't about helping people, it's about business. And there's a false banter that choosing not to open a store in Princeton is prohibition. Is there prohibition against guns, against sex toys? I don't see those fully legal yet not prohibited goods available in Princeton. Let's stop pretending what it's about. And until there are more studies showing there's no increase in usage by minors or providing them products, or they don't increase traffic, let's opt out. It's not prohibition, it's sensible government. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. All right, Adam, who's next?
Okay, next we have Brett.
Hi, Brett Jacknow. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Brett Jacknow, Foran Road. Speaking tonight to tell you that I do not want retail marijuana storefronts in Princeton. Legalization was not a mandate for retail stores. If it were, towns wouldn't have the option to opt out. And there's a reason for this, because each town has the right to decide what's best. When residents voted to legalize marijuana, most did so out of concern for the harsh and wrongful incarcerations of the past. 3 stores selling marijuana in no way makes up for that past, and the arguments attempting to convince you otherwise are bogus. It will provide few jobs and too little in tax revenue to make up for any of that. The rewards are not worth the risk. If Princeton is concerned about issues of social justice, let's work on them. What are those causes that Princeton wants to support, and how will funding benefit them? How else can we accomplish these desires? None of this has been flushed out. As Matt said earlier, this is all about the Benjamins. Please stop telling us this is about racial justice. Private equity is pumping billions into cannabis growers and distribution companies. Has anyone pulled up the New Jersey Cannabis Regulation Commission's website recently? The first thing you see is, quote, picture yourself in the cannabis industry. Everything that I hear or see feels like deja vu from what we experienced with big tobacco and more recently, Purdue Pharma. It's safe. It won't harm kids. Stop overreacting. We're not selling pens. It's about selling something that leads to addiction. 1 in 6 teens and 1 in 10 adults that use become addicted. It's about selling something that people dangerously use to self-medicate about a product that is already a problem amongst our youth. If we can't state how much is too much, if we can't state what levels of THC someone should have, if we can't control the marketing to ensure it doesn't reach our teens, how can we safely put this in our town? And why must there be access in Princeton? Many are willing to travel to Route 1 and other locations for many things not sold in Princeton. I mean, there's more Amazon trucks in this town than ever before. Moreover, proponents of retail marijuana stores cite this business is needed to increase boutique businesses in town. If that's the need, let's encourage all sorts of business types in all the many open storefronts currently available. Why hasn't that yet become a reality? Because there are barriers, including rental prices, preventing it. Simply walk down Nassau Street, where one used to see independently owned stores like Landau's, and now there's nothing but Madewells and Urban Outfitters. Small businesses, especially cannabis ones with license fees, security fees, and extra taxes will unlikely be able to afford the expenses needed to survive here. Let's face it, this isn't about enabling entrepreneurs in our community. This is about commercialization of marijuana. Please, council, do not allow any retail pot shops in Princeton.
Thank you, bro. Okay, Adam, who's next?
Okay, next is Jeff.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm a resident in Rosedale in Princeton. I'm here today to strongly oppose the opening any cannabis retail shops in Princeton Township. I'm speaking for our young children and the future of our beautiful Princeton. In past meetings, the Cannabis Task Force is telling us that the benefits outweigh the risk of opening any shop in town, and I don't agree with your argument. Let's look at them one by one. Number one, task force is saying that we need cannabis shops in town so that we can bring social justice to the minority group that have been negatively impacted in the past. But do you consider Asian American minority groups? How come that no Asian American is in the task force while we have 20% of Princeton residents being Asian Americans? In our Chinese culture and value system, cannabis has very negative connotation to our health, our mental, and our family values. It brought back the painful memory of the opium war hundreds of years ago in our history. If you really care about social justice and diversity, please reach out to all ethnicity in town. Number two, in the past, task force is saying that we need cannabis shops in town so that residents in medical need can have easy access. However, as others have pointed out, any resident can easily order any cannabis online, and there are already a big shop in Lawrenceville, only about 15 minutes away from Princeton. Task force would argue that you need one in town so that people can walk to it, but tell me why, really. Show me the number of people in Princeton who have medical needs for cannabis but cannot really get them easily. Number three, task force is saying that cannabis shops can bring additional tax revenue to the town so that we can fund education on appropriate drug use. While there's some merit in this, you can also consider potential loss of property tax revenue due to decreasing house price in Princeton if we have shops open here. I moved to Princeton just last summer because I expected it to be a very safe town with top-notch school district. If I knew that the town was considering opening cannabis shops in town, I would have bought another house in another town nearby. I am sure there are many people who think like me, and this will bring down the house prices in Princeton and the lost revenue to help the town fund any education. Number four, task force is saying that opening cannabis shop in town would not harm our children because they won't have access to it really. We all know that underage use of drugs have been a problem, especially during high school years. Having a few shops in town can only worsen the problem since it will make illegal selling to school age kids much more convenient. Number five, task force is saying that opening cannabis shop in town won't increase crime locally. However, I'm still very concerned about the increased traffic to town with cash transactions and people getting high up to cannabis. Those are not a good mix for safety concerns. Finally, I'm really not sure how the task force was selected and how was collecting opinions on this issue, but there are certainly a lot of questions as someone raised about conflict of interest with the composition of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night. Okay, Adam, who's next?
Okay, next is Douglas.
Yes, thank you. You can hear me.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I'm concerned about the current day prohibition.
Douglas, can you just state your name and address real quick?
Doug Rubin, Laurel Road. Sorry.
Thank you.
So prohibitionists want to exclude legalized marijuana dispensaries from our special town. Those who voted for marijuana legalization and who would defend their or their children's occasional personal usage of marijuana and then deny legal sales in Princeton, I think are hypocrites. A century ago, the same double standard existed around prohibiting alcohol. The laws sending people to jail for serving and drinking alcohol weren't expected to apply to the well-connected and privileged. Meanwhile, the law could be imposed arbitrarily against those other people. Decades ago, I used to smoke marijuana a lot. The illegal market was alive just as it is now, and just as alcohol was abundant 100 years ago during a different era of prohibition. Anyone can get it. It wasn't particularly expensive, and quality could vary. That's not good, because when I was younger, angel dust or PCP was sometimes added. Now it could be fentanyl. Those who legally sell consumables have a profit motive to sell good quality products and gain repeat business. Licensed purveyors have an incentive to follow laws regarding purity and strength, and they don't sell to children and teens. Price and availability matter too. We've seen in California when the legal market statutorily exists, but in practice is encumbered by too much regulation, people can and will go elsewhere. Illegal sales continue in California and New Jersey. By the way, ask your teenagers where they get their pot. I had a high school kid, and people get marijuana. High school kids already get marijuana. They don't need dispensaries in Princeton to get them. Although I'm now clean and sober, I still think it's in the community's interest to have a vibrant, available legal market for cannabinoids. Quality is better, profits, wages, and taxes flow. Oh yes, by making it legal and available to adults, retailers that also sell to children and teens will lose those customers, and they might go out of business, I hope. We have a dozen or so liquor stores, twice as many restaurants licensed to sell alcohol. To me, marijuana isn't much different. It's an intoxicant. It's a drug. It's not good for people. A lot of folks like the effect, but it's not for me. Still, I shouldn't have the right to tell you what you can or cannot put in your body. If you want to ban pot shops, then why wouldn't you want to ban liquor stores as well? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Adam.
Okay, next is Vivian.
Okay.
Hear me?
Yeah, Vivian, just speak a little louder. I think we'll be able to hear you.
Okay, this is Vivian from Edel Farm, and I represent myself, my husband, and my friend Yang Yang and her husband Jim, who reside on Rosedale Road. As the experts Matt, Aaron, and Will have very well explained the negative impact of opening marijuana retail shops in our local community, I fully agree with many of our fellow Princetonians who just spoke. We should not equal the legalization with opening pot shops in the community. These are two different things, and I think previous speakers have made it very clear. So it's simply wrong to use the 70% vote for legalization as an approval by Princetonians to open pot shop in Princeton. Also, the speaker, Chris, talked about the need of local residents who consume marijuana. But again, we don't really require a pot shop in walking distance to fill that need. They can either get it delivered, as Chris himself explained, and also from the store on Route 1. Chris also mentioned the benefit of tax revenue generated from marijuana business, but he failed to explain or examine the tax dollars that will need to be put into healthcare, police department, etc., for the issues resulting from such stores. Just like one of the speakers spoke before, right? She went to the store, one of the stores in Massachusetts. There's policemen outside there stationed to keep safety, etc. Do we want that? Do we have the money allocated for that? Also, Chris stated that marijuana stores lead to increased property values. But if you look at that, how is that statistically significant? Property value is impacted by many factors and tends to increase less in areas where property values are already high or extremely low. So it's very misleading to just look at the overall property value trend and attribute that to marijuana shops. Finally, as a Princeton resident and voter, we want to make it very clear that we don't want pot shops in Princeton. Chris talked about democracy. Well, that's why as voters, we want to make sure that our voices are heard and not being brushed over aside. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Okay, Adam.
Okay, next is Joan.
Good evening. My name is Joan Murray, and I represent my husband and myself. We live on Library Place. We are adamantly opposed to these dispensaries going into downtown Princeton. We have 4 children we're raising here. And we moved to Princeton with its tree-lined streets, ice cream shops, and wonderful toy stores like Shazam's, not to have to walk around and be concerned about pot shops. I have often chased after parenting lectures that have been presented through Common Ground. A couple of years ago, went to Alex Berenson, previous New York Times journalist who wrote an impressive book, Tell Your Children the Truth About Marijuana. And there is no medical professional who is going to tell you that the adolescent brain during their neurodevelopment period in the prefrontal cortex is safe using any amount of marijuana. So why would we have 3 shops in downtown Princeton where the fabric of our town will be changed, since we have, as someone pointed out, 20 schools in Princeton and children freely walking around safely to pizza shops, the library, ice cream, only to then be tempted by these pot shops? To be naive and to think that an ID is going to be required when we have a convenience store right now in downtown Princeton selling vaping devices and flavors to Princeton High School students underground. If you speak to parents who have children at Princeton High School, or if you're friends with teachers there, they will tell you the vaping problem is tremendous. There are students who can't use the bathroom at Princeton High School because they will get a headache if they're in there for more than 30 seconds with their classmates and peers vaping. So please, I grew up in New York City in the 70s, 80s, 90s, at a time where marijuana was illegal. Did that stop my classmates from finding ways to walk down the street and get it illegally? No, I wouldn't say it did. Did it also act as a gateway drug for them to move on to bigger and better things? Yes. Do I have several friends that OD'd? Absolutely. There is no reason whatsoever that we need to put 3 pot shops in downtown Princeton. Put them on Route 1 and let people drive to them who need to get marijuana. Thank you for listening to me. Good evening.
Thank you. Okay, Adam.
All right, next is Mingji.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I have 2 points. The first one is my
Could
concern.
you just say your name and address?
Oh, sorry. Minji, I live on Wendover Drive in Princeton.
Thank you.
So I have 2 points. The first one is my concern about the some of the council's leadership's partisan support for opening dispensary stores. After last year, after CHF issued their recommendation and BOE came out with a position statement, but some of the leadership at the council expressed disappointment and said, I'm not happy with BOE's statement. And then in March of this year, BOH also published and read their resolution and proposed to defer the decision of opening the dispensaries until risk and benefits are comprehensively addressed, especially for our town's vulnerable population. And some of the leadership at the council rebutted, saying that that's a disappointing take because we are never going to have perfect knowledge about anything. So BOE and BOH are the 2 most influential advisory bodies in town's policy and decision-making for our well-being, our Princeton residents and children. Yet some of the leadership at the council refuted our experts' advices. It's clear where some of these leadership at the council stands, and they are leading the cannabis task force and ultimately the decision maker with their vote. So we are very concerned that the decision on this issue has been made even before the public and experts have a chance to weigh in the benefit and the risks. So my second point is about the so-called claim pot sold at local shops will not get into the hands of the underage youth. So I think this is really wishful thinking, looking at the failed e-cigarette control to minors. So marijuana can get to minors' hands indirectly. There is a published research from JAMA 2019. The data showed that parental marijuana use was associated with increased risk of the marijuana use among adolescents and young adults living in the same household. It ranged from 30% to 70% more compared to mothers who never used marijuana. And the odds were even more than doubled for those families whose dad used marijuana. So opening dispensaries in town will certainly increase numbers of adults use. So this is a very
I'm
clear.
sorry. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
Time's up. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Adam, next person, please.
Okay, next is Abigail.
Hi, how are you? My name's Abigail Kalmbach, and I live on Orchard Circle in Princeton. I'm a neuroscientist, mom, and hopeful dispensary owner. Thank you to our council for taking the time to dive deeply into the topic at hand and the due diligence you've done to take into account all of our community's concerns about this opportunity. Cannabis will soon be available to all adults in New Jersey. I'm eager to make sure that Princeton can benefit from an intentional approach to cannabis. For generations now, we have heard only about the supposed harms of cannabis use in cannabis businesses. Fortunately, we know so much more about cannabis and its productive use, as it's arguably one of humans' first medicines. We know it is not fatally toxic at any known dose. Even caffeine has known toxicity levels. I'm a developmental neuroscientist, and I don't believe that children should be taking cannabis, but in the adult brain, we know that there is no fatal toxicity at any dose. We also know that from almost 10 years of legal adult use in Colorado and other states around the country, the communities that allowed cannabis businesses have not fallen into disarray. We do have a lot more to learn about optimizing adult use of cannabis for health and wellness. I'm looking forward to working with customers to do just that. I want to work with my community to find the minimally effective dose of cannabis that works best for you. A small community-focused dispensary will provide more personalized care than the large dispensaries found on Route 1. Now is the time to act and pass an ordinance permitting cannabis dispensaries in Princeton, and we should do this without a referendum. A referendum is a waste of taxpayer money and further delays Princeton from reaping economic benefits of legalization. Instead of campaigning for a referendum, prospective dispensary owners should be presenting their visions for what their dispensaries would look like in Princeton to council and the public, and we should move forward with the process, like what Lambertville recently has done. Around town and over the past year, whether I talk with parents on the playground or neighbors or leaders of our business community in our Chamber of Commerce, the response I hear again and again is, wow, it would be great to have a dispensary here in Princeton that is run by a local resident with a vested interest in our community's health and the scientific background and compassion to promote responsible adult use. How can we make this happen? The best way to ensure that dispensaries in town are locally owned, because there will eventually be dispensaries in town, is to pass an ordinance now, allowing them so that we can begin the process of vetting and selecting applicants. Small businesses cannot survive this indefinite period of relitigating something that is passed with 78% approval rating. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Adam.
Okay, next is Gabe.
Hi, I'm Gabe Saltarelli, and I live on Nassau Street. I'm a lawyer with 25 years experience in private practice. Pot shops raise a number of difficult legal issues. First, while the proposed pot shops would not violate New Jersey law, they would still violate federal law. Marijuana remains a Schedule I controlled substance. This means the FDA and the DEA have determined that marijuana has a high potential for abuse, no accepted medical use, and is not safe. We have already seen a former CTF member who now wants to run a pot shop claim that marijuana is a safe and effective treatment for many diseases. Separately, an activist who spoke earlier and who owns a marijuana business in California has claimed that marijuana can treat seizures, cancer, glaucoma, insomnia, chronic pain, PTSD, anxiety, and many other ailments. These claims create serious public health risks because none of these uses have been approved by the FDA for the products that would be offered. The manufacture of these products will not be subject to FDA review, and there's been no FDA evaluation of dosage, interaction with other drugs, or side effects. Not only are these claims illegal, but the risk is that sick people will forego approved and effective treatments in favor of marijuana prescribed by irresponsible pot shop owners and employees who are not physicians or pharmacists. Second, pot shops are cash businesses. Reputable financial institutions won't work with pot shops because they're illegal under federal law, so they won't be able to accept credit cards. The large amounts of cash and drugs at the pot shops make them attractive targets for criminals. Pot shops across the country have suffered armed robberies, many resulting in shooting deaths. Why would we bring pot shops into Princeton knowing that they are uniquely attractive targets for armed robberies? Third, pot shops attract property crime. Studies have found that marijuana outlets are associated with dramatic increases in property crime in nearby areas. A DOJ study found that 17% of inmates committed their crimes to obtain money for drugs. Finally, drug-impaired driving is killing more people than ever. Last year was the deadliest for New Jersey roadways in more than a decade. The percentage of drivers testing positive for marijuana after a fatal crash is trending upward, while those testing positive for alcohol has remained constant. Enforcement is nearly impossible because there's no breathalyzer for marijuana. A recent study by a researcher at MIT found that fatal car crashes increased by 6% in zip codes where recreational pot shops opened compared to nearby zip codes without pot shops. Do we want to facilitate federal crimes, bring more armed robberies and more property crime and more fatal car crashes into Princeton? No, we do not. I urge the council to say no to pot shops.
Thank you. Okay, Adam.
Okay, next is Jian.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Jian Chen from Edo Farm. I want to talk about an argument that the Councilwoman Nita Gang has been holding on for quite some time. And we talked about this in private, but I want to try again tonight. Councilwoman Nita Gang chairs the Cannabis Task Force and has been the face of the push for local recreational marijuana shop. In her response to the March 8th Board of Health meeting, Councilwoman Nita Gang said that she was disappointed that all the concerns about public health addresses, quote, a much broader issue than the question in front of council, which is the narrow question of whether Princeton should zone for a dispensary or not. Last week, she was quoted saying, quote, a lot of concerns that I received is really focused on legalization or in schools, but it doesn't have a lot to do with the specific issue of a dispensary in Princeton. Now, this line of reasoning is odd, to say the least, because it seems to admit to the potential negative impact marijuana, legal or illegal, can have on our community. Yet at the same time, it rejects the possibility that local recreational marijuana shop could contribute to these negative effects, as if the impact on underlying underage use, public health, public safety, and environment will only manifest themselves outside township lines. If one follows this logic, New Jersey towns can have a recreational dispensary on every street corner and comfortably point the finger at other towns for all the negative consequences that will come with it. It makes no sense. I can only speculate the reason behind this extreme stretch of logic, as I cannot, as anything more than Councilwoman Nita Gang's strong belief in racial and social justice. But what does mass commercialization of marijuana consumption do to social racial justice that decriminalization doesn't? Is the root problem of the war on drugs the drugs or racially targeted policing, police brutality, and a criminal justice system that needs to be fixed? Promoting mass commercialization of marijuana seems to be a convoluted way to address the latter. Let's not be fooled by cannabis industry's talking points to make the discussion of marijuana dispensary into one about moral superiority. Let's return it to where it should belong in the first place, public health and public safety. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, Adam, we bring in the next person, please.
Okay, next is Rick.
This is a critical issue being discussed today. I'm Dr. Richard Strauss from Poe Road. I'm a pediatrician with 25 years of medical research experience. I currently lead a group at Johnson & Johnson dedicated to the development of medications for serious autoimmune diseases in children. As many have pointed out, there have been a lot of mischaracterizations by those supporting retail stores of the science and literature regarding the potential impact of local recreational cannabis use on the local community. I can't help but think that this cherry picking and misreading of the literature is being done to misdirect and mislead. I would note the Princeton Board of Health is comprised of healthcare professionals, including myself, appointed by council and the mayor to specifically address the public health impact of policies, and specifically policies that we are discussing today. The current Board of Health recommendations under discussion align with common sense public health recommendations, including support for increased education, outreach to vulnerable communities, access to acute and non-acute services, and data collection to assess the impact of recreational sale of cannabis in New Jersey and in Princeton. These efforts should be implemented prior to approval of retail stores, and such efforts have been implemented by other states and communities prior to allowing retail stores and are so far conspicuously absent in New Jersey. I think it would be short-sighted and reckless to act on local cannabis retail stores without considering all of these measures and whatever recommendations the Board of Health does come up with. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, next.
Okay, next we have Mark.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mark Boulding, and I live on Jefferson Road. Been a Princeton resident for 20 years, and just by way of opening comment, I'll just note that my wife, Dr. Catherine Taylor, is on the Princeton Board of Health, and my views are not hers, and vice versa. Professionally, I'm a lawyer with several decades of experience, and I just wanted to say to the council and others who are seeking to interpret this that there's a narrative here that's emerged about the vote and what it means, which isn't supported by the facts. If you look at the actual constitutional change that was proposed and voted on, it says nothing about opt-out. That was added later. So when people voted on that measure, and when I voted on it, I assumed it meant what it said, that cannabis would be legalized and that there would be a new adult retail cannabis market. And what that means to me is you can pretty much buy it. I'm not somebody that actually drinks or uses any mind-altering substances, and I haven't for decades. But I do think that it is fair to say that the vote that occurred can be interpreted and should be interpreted by the council to support the establishment of a retail market in Princeton. I don't see any other way to read it. There's an effort here to retrade or relitigate a vote that was, broadly supported, a vote that was held, across the entire state, but in New Jersey, particularly strongly supported. And I think that's why we have democracy. The point of a democracy is that at a certain point, two sides argue and debate, and we put it to the people for a vote. And those people have spoken, and they've spoken overwhelmingly in favor of access to retail cannabis. And so, all these policy arguments are somewhat irrelevant to the question at hand, which is how do we implement that constitutional amendment that everyone supports? And of course, there are many helpful suggestions about how to do that. I don't want to spend my time talking about those as others have. I just want to make the point, clearly that I think you can read the vote as supporting a retail market, which means you should be able to have dispensaries in Princeton. And I would fully support that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, next is Yichan.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, great. Good evening. My name is Yichuan Li. I've been living in Princeton, Junction Park area for 10 years now. I have 2 teenagers studying in PHS. Before I reveal my position, I'd like to express my tremendous appreciation for living in a great town in Princeton. Considering what's currently happening in other countries around the world, I truly treasure our freedom, democracy, equality, diversity, and more importantly, our quality of life. Regarding tonight's matter, I want to state that I do support legalizing the use of recreational cannabis, and I do believe that cannabis consumers should not be criminalized for using marijuana in both medical and recreational capacity. With that said, however, I'm against easy access to this legal recreational cannabis because I strongly believe that implementation of the marijuana retailing is a totally different major issue than legalizing cannabis use. The legal use of the recreational cannabis should be under tight governance and control, and therefore must be well planned out due to its obvious medical and social impacts on the community, especially underage users. Commercializing cannabis retailing raise the level of the issue and risk to a different level. Therefore, tonight, I'm strongly against the recommendation of opening 3 retail cannabis dispensaries in such a unique, lovely town as Princeton. I'm urging our beloved City Council members to carefully consider opposing a position of all groups, especially those experts who are dealing with these matters on a daily basis, and truly understand the opposing concerns of our Princeton residents. And thank you very much, and good night.
Thank you. Okay, Adam.
Okay, next up is Chris.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. This is Chris Johnson. I live on Bird Drive. Navigating change is hard, especially when the topic of change is something that has been cast as a pariah for a generation. Nevertheless, cannabis is now legal in New Jersey. An outsized majority of voters approved that choice. A vocal minority is still uncomfortable with that choice. I acknowledge and appreciate this perspective. Nevertheless, burying our collective heads in the sand by disallowing dispensaries in Princeton does nothing to change the fact that education and safety protocols around the responsible use of cannabis need to happen, because legal cannabis will be in our community one way or another. By disallowing dispensaries, we're saying that despite cannabis now being legal, it's a verboten subject, eliminating the opportunity for constructive dialogue. That approach is a public disservice. I have family in Massachusetts where cannabis has been legal for several years now. And when I visit, it sure does feel a bit odd seeing a cannabis dispensary alongside a liquor store, but both are legal and the novelty quickly dissipates. There are no long lines out the door, no spike in crime. And like it or not, as a citizen and a parent, I need to both navigate my own feelings about cannabis now being legal and figure out a way to responsibly educate my elementary school age child about it. It's no different than education around the use of alcohol or prescription drugs. I'd rather the conversation happen at home or in school in the future through a responsible education plan, as opposed to with friends in the shadows using unregulated substances. As purportedly progressive community, we have an opportunity here to lead and embrace an uncomfortable topic and demonstrate how to navigate to consensus and compromise to move into a new realm. It would be a shame if in Princeton, of all places, we can't figure out how to chart a constructive path. Cannabis will be available no matter what, so we cannot pretend that willful ignorance will make it go away by prohibiting dispensaries. It's time to engage proactively. Lastly, let's not lose sight of the terrific recommendation from the Cannabis Task Force to address the effects of the war on drugs and of institutional racism via the Cannabis Tax-Funded Community Reinvestment Justice Fund. Such a fund and associated initiatives are timely and necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam?
Okay, next up is Samuel.
Hi.
Hey, Sam.
So good evening. My name is Sam Bunting. I'm a Princeton resident in Dempsey Avenue. I'm a parent with a daughter in our public schools, and I'm associate professor of biochemistry at Rutgers University. I'm speaking on my own terms and do not represent my department or employer. As one of the nearly 10,000 Princeton residents who voted in favor of legalization of recreational cannabis sales, I urge you to authorize and regulate cannabis dispensaries in Princeton along the lines suggested by the Cannabis Task Force. I have 5 reasons. First, when 75% of the town votes for cannabis legalization, I feel we have a moral responsibility to share in the journey of legalization, including all the good and potentially bad things that entails. My own reading of the scientific literature is that cannabis can offer benefits to many people, but also has some risks. We need to approach this issue with a mature and reasoned approach to ensure the best possible outcome. Second, legal dispensaries in Princeton are the best way to ensure quality and safety for local cannabis users. Princeton people deserve good personal advice about how to use cannabis and how to avoid bad experiences. If we leave cannabis distribution to fly-by-night delivery companies operating out of the back of somebody's car, we don't know what they'll be bringing into town or where the product came from. These delivery dealers may push the high-potency blends that people have expressed fear about, or divert product from medical uses. Third, legal dispensaries will have a concrete interest in contributing to and supporting efforts to prevent black market cannabis distribution. Their interests are aligned with ours in promoting safe use only by adults aged over 21. Fourth, local revenues from legal cannabis sales can support valuable equity initiatives, including efforts to make some form of reparations for the suffering caused during the war on drugs. Though the revenues raised may not be enormous, valuable equity initiatives will likely go unfunded if we choose to depend only on out-of-town mobile drug dealers. Finally, openness and education are the ways to prevent youth drug use. The idea that you can stop drug use by kicking dispensaries out of town is futile because cannabis is coming one way or another. Kids are not corrupted by walking past a dispensary any more than they are turned into alcoholics walking past a beer aisle in McCaffrey's. 14 states have legalized cannabis in some form already. And despite the fears expressed by some speakers tonight, none of those states have gone back to prohibition. We have a downtown with vacancies, local entrepreneurs with a product that people want to buy, and an opportunity to raise revenues for important initiatives. Let's get this done.
Thanks, Sam. Okay, Adam.
All right, next up is Kenna.
Hi, thanks so much. Wow, I was just about ready to log off after nearly 4 hours, but I appreciate it. My name's Kenna and I live off of Cherry Valley Road. I am a parent of 2 children and I wanted to just talk to you about a personal story. I mean, everyone has school-age children. We've heard from experts and speakers and business folks, but I don't know if anybody is familiar with Princeton House. The administrator spoke about Corner House, but I did want to share with you about Princeton House. It is a residential as well as a day program for adolescents. And I hope none of you ever have your children there. My daughter was there last year. It is a 365-day a year program, 8 hours a day. And I had to participate in family sessions. And the output of all of this, all the economics, all of the reasons why, let me tell you, there's a kid at the other side of this. There's no denying that cannabis has medicinal properties. I absolutely advocate for its medical use. I disagree with, the criminalization of it, the inequity in our incarceration rates. But trust me, there is a person at the other end of this. This is a mind-altering drug, and we have to be careful when we put it in people's hands. And kids do not have good judgment. I don't know about you, but I've never seen a child with great judgment. So I implore the council to think about that. Think about the generation. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Let's not pave the road to their future with poor decision-making. Think long. Think about your children's children. Listen, it's coming. Yeah, I agree. But let's slow it down if we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Adam.
Okay, next up is Rob.
Hi, thank you. My name is Rob Walzer. I live over on Mount Lucas. So a lot of people have said a lot of good points, and I just wanted to bring up a couple of things. When it comes to having delivery into our town, I don't really love the idea of us having services from elsewhere having to come into our town. So right off the bat, providing means where people in town who want to get legal cannabis can go do that. I'd much rather that than having all of this trafficking of cannabis around in and out of town. What's interesting though is there's been a lot of talk about getting into our kids' hands and what are the kids and where things are going to be. I don't necessarily see why we're neglecting our parental responsibilities. I have 2 kids in public school here, and there's a lot of places to get alcohol. I go out to dinner with my kids and I get a drink at with dinner, and it's my responsibility to explain to my children what is correct and what is appropriate and what moderation is and what addiction is and all of these things. And so to try to pass that off as that's why we shouldn't have shops in dispensaries in our town is kind of silly. And there's plenty of DUI deaths that occur. That's not what's happening with pot. There's no record of that at all occurring. So again, to kind of compare those two things is, it's really not, we're not in the same ballpark. I have a lot of family over in Ann Arbor, Michigan, where a town very similar to ours. And, it's got a big school in town. It's got, a whole different residential area outside of it. And you know what? This has not increased crime. Ann Arbor is a beautiful place to live. The dispensaries are in their own parts of town. Some are downtown, some are out of town. Another thing that people had brought up is things being downtown in Palmer Square. I don't necessarily think we need them right there downtown. There are plenty of places further on the outside of the downtown that they could be. And, I don't think anybody was necessarily looking to put one right downtown, but either way. And one thing that I just think is important is it'd be really unfortunate for us to be here 4 years from now, 5 years from now, in this exact debate, while we look at how there hasn't been a problem elsewhere in the state. And we go back and look at all the millions of dollars that we've lost as a city in tax revenue simply because we wanted to, relitigate what we've already voted on. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, Adam.
Okay, next up is Sarah.
Hi, Sarah Popkin, Tarkington Court. I'm board certified in general psychiatry and child and adolescent psychiatry. I am all too aware of how vulnerable adolescents are to marijuana's many known adverse effects, its impact on cognition, behavior, and the brain development of adolescents has both immediate and long-term implications, including but not limited to lasting decline in intelligence measures, academic failure, and increased incidence of psychotic, mood, and anxiety and substance use disorders. If we have dispensaries in our town, even if we restrict them to adults, this will be associated with the reduction of adolescents' perception of marijuana's harmful effects, which will increase the rates of adolescent use and its associated problems. We need to be educating our youth about the harm that marijuana can inflict on their developing brains, and this will be very difficult to do if they see it being sold on Nassau Street. Thank you for your time. Good night.
Thank you. Okay, Adam.
Okay, next we have Hilda.
Hey, this is Hilda Krieger. I live on Wilson Road. I'd really like to emphasize the nature of supply when it comes to cannabis. If you're a regular cannabis user, you're familiar that these gray market services, websites already exist, and that people are driving all around New Jersey delivering cannabis to users. We have an opportunity here as a municipality to build trust in supply and to encourage safe use. And I think that I appreciate a lot of the sentiments that come from opponents of opening dispensaries, specifically around the fact that it's not a silver bullet for addressing like racial wealth gaps. But I feel like that's a reason to act now and act discreetly with the interest of promoting small business and Black-owned businesses. We can do this right. Like, yeah, there are risks to every possible change that you can make about this town, but we have the potential to do it right and to promote safe use and say, this is a supply of cannabis that you can be 100% sure is not going to be tainted with anything. Really don't want to fearmonger about the state of the gray market cannabis industry and fentanyl. It's really not as dangerous as the market when it comes to other drugs, but we have an opportunity here and we should seize it. And I feel like delaying the issuing of permits will be really harmful to the long-term goal of trying to build a use model and a support system that we're actually behind. So I encourage the council to proceed as soon as they can, but also to I don't know, you're doing a good job so far. Thanks everybody for going through this, and I yield my time. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Okay, Adam.
Okay, next we have Timothy.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Tim Merlis. I live on Stanworth Drive in Princeton, and I don't have much to say. I won't take the full amount of time. I just want to raise the very basic point that others have before, that we're having this conversation about whether we should have recreational marijuana stores in Princeton when we already have a lot of recreational alcohol stores in Princeton. And I don't think people consider those businesses to be public nuisances. We all accept that alcohol has risks. There are certainly people in our town who are substance abusers of alcohol, and we're not considering prohibiting alcohol. And I think a lot of the people coming out today who are against having dispensaries for marijuana are very likely customers of those alcohol stores. So I think it would be hypocritical to ban recreational marijuana stores. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Okay, yeah.
All right, next we have Fabian.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Fabian Polo. I live on Grover Avenue. I would like to say I'm not opposed to opening dispensaries in town, but I have some concerns about the CTF process. There are three of them. The first one is I would tend to agree with previous speakers who urge council members not to equate their vote in favor of legalizing marijuana consumption and businesses in New Jersey for an endorsement of the CTF report. I'm also concerned that 3 council members sit on the CTF panel, which gives the impression, at least to me, that the decision has already been made. And finally, I'm concerned by the words of one of the CTF member, Mr. Offer, who claims that framing the CTF report around social justice issue gives the CTF, and I quote, high moral ground. I believe that this also encourages people who favor opening dispensaries in town to look down, certain of them at least, on people who disagree with them. Today, one commenter on Mr. Hopper's op-ed labeled people opposing the CTF as, and I quote again, a vocal reactionary minority. I find this type of discourse extremely dangerous, especially when I cannot help but notice that many speakers tonight are from the Asian community. That's 1 in 5 residents in Princeton, no representative on council, no representative on the task force, no representative on the BOE. I'm not Asian, but frankly, I'm concerned and frankly ashamed about how the CTF seems to have ignored some of the specific issues regarding drug and the Asian community that have been expressed over and over and over. I hope that this can be addressed, not necessarily today, but by council, because at best, the optics are very bad. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam.
All right, next we have Patricia.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. I am in the Tree Street area, Spruce Street, and I'm not strongly in favor one way or the other. I think that the voters of New Jersey have spoken through their votes. But one thing and whether or not dispensaries are in Princeton, something that I might find more convenient if they were. I can still avail myself of dispensaries elsewhere in the state. The one thing I kind of really wanted to say is I've been in dispensaries in 2 different states, and I think people who think that young kids are going to just walk in willy-nilly and just be able to just prance in and kind of buy stuff, that is not my experience in other states. You're very much, often there's an ante room, an area where you do have to show identification, which actually people may not like for other reasons, but the fact is you do have to show identification. I'm somebody who's clearly over 21 and I still had to do that. And I would expect that if, dispensaries in New Jersey would also have that kind of sort of security or folks, confirming that people are old enough to come in. And my other thing that I'm in listening a lot to folks, I think young people, and I have young children, although they're not high school age anymore. I do think young children maybe have anxiety and might perhaps be attracted to, to cannabis, but I think the underlying causes of anxiety for young children go well beyond this topic. And in terms of the firefighter in Washington, I get what he's saying. I totally get what he's saying. And I think he's sort of grounding this in the larger issue of social justice, where so many other things would have to change. And that's a much bigger issue. And I don't know that the council here in Princeton or in New Jersey or in any state is really digesting that kind of issue. And yes, is there big money involved? Probably, because in California, I wasn't there that long, but I got to the point where I was actually being able to comparison shop across dispensaries. So yes, it is about the money, and there's no question about it. I'm happy if Princeton has dispensaries, but I'll live without it, and I'll go elsewhere if we don't. And that's basically the story. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And you guys have an unenviable position. Wow, I don't envy you, because this is really tricky. So, my heart's with you in that regard.
Okay, thank you.
Before you go, can we just get your full name for the record? I think we missed that.
Oh, sure. My name is Patricia DiMaio.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, Adam, who's next?
All right, next we have Professor Martin.
Hi, I'm Eva Martin. I live on Harrison Street in Princeton. I thank the council for this opportunity to voice our opinions. I'm speaking as a 25-year resident of Princeton, a Princeton alum, a mother of 2 adolescents, an educator, and a child of marijuana users. I would like for residents to be offered a referendum on whether or not we want cannabis stores, how many we want, and where. I believe this country's war on drugs was abhorrently racist, and I support the legalization of marijuana. As a child, my white European parents led me to march against unjust incarcerations, embrace pacifism, and question the power of big corporations. My elders and their friends were good people. They were idealistic, well-intentioned. They were not criminals. They made the regular, often daily choice to use marijuana, the plants that grew in our backyard. The argument that marijuana is healthy because it's natural is beyond inaccurate. It's also inaccurate that there's no difference between drinking a glass of wine in front of your kids and smoking a joint. Over the years, I witnessed many grave problems and life-damaging situations resulting from marijuana with my parents, their friends, and their children who were users. Cognitive, emotional, psychiatric, academic, relational, and physical. Today, as a teacher and a mother of teens, I spend my time with adolescents who distance themselves from their parents as they turn outwards. The highly malleable adolescent brain is particularly oriented toward the social world, a world that includes not only their peers, but also other adults and their communities at large. And that's a good thing. While my own teens might not listen to me as their mother, the other adults in their lives and their community can be the difference between them staying committed or disengaging, making healthy decisions, or choosing risky behaviors. When my kids stay in our town after school, I feel they're safe, not only in what they buy or don't buy, but also in the values and desires that arise from their window shopping. Will they indulge in Thomas Sweets, the bent spoon, or Halo pulp? Will they gaze at storefronts and dream of things they can't yet buy? If there are cannabis shops on Nassau Street, the shopping center, or near Whole Earth, I won't feel comfortable with my kids being there. Less because I'd be afraid someone would sell them cannabis before they're 21. More because they could believe their community elders celebrate cannabis, the money it makes, and seek Princeton to become a cannabis destination. I know what it's like to be the child who comes into a room of stoned adults and realizes no one's at home to make a reasoned decision. Luckily for me, it takes a village to raise a child. I hope Princeton remains the safe town that kids and their families can count on and explore as they learn to make positive choices and build healthy lives.
Thank you very much. Adam, next.
All right, next we have Tom.
Okay.
Hi there, I'm Tom Pyle. I'm from Boston Lane in the Riverside District. First, I want to compliment all the councilmen and all the participants for this enormously intelligent discussion we're having. It's something we should be doing more on this very important subject. I am a resident of Princeton for 50 years. I'm also the president of NAMI Mercer, National Alliance of Mental Illness. I'm on the board of the New Jersey Behavioral Health Planning Council and on the board of the New Jersey Psychiatric Rehabilitation Association. I have come from business in 20 years, and I have then worked in the community mental health area. By the way, I just want to offer all services from NAMI Mercer to anyone, any family member or any loved one who is dealing with serious and persistent mental illness. NAMI Mercer opens its doors to you. We are available to you completely. I am opposing retail shops in Princeton, which is to say the retail commercialization of marijuana. Marijuana is legal. I'm looking forward to seeing medicinal marijuana. But as to rapid commercialization of retail, I'm not wanting this right now. We're not ready for this just yet. The cart is before the horse. This is a significant public health problem, as many people not problem, but an issue, as many have said, and I have 4 reasons. First, it's about the product itself. Cannabis is indisputably a psychoactive substance proven to be harmful and addictive to many. Adolescents, pregnant women, and seniors are in particular cited in the evidence over and over again as at risk. Cannabis is not yet approved by the FDA, sufficiently researched, federally legal, disallowing research, and it is not certainly well standardized, regulated, and controlled. The second is the promotion, and that is that this is going to be dominated. It is dominated by large financial players mimicking big tobacco. The third is the social justice pitch, as it were, the pitch. No one is insensitive to the social justice issues, but flooding the zone with this dialogue is freezing an open debate on this. And I think it's also revealing hypocrisy. For a town with 20% Asian American community in our population, not one Asian is on the CTF. That a bit calls into question the whole social justice orientation. The process I find to be overly politicized, irregular. We're not getting any minutes. There have been no citations of the data in what I've seen so far. We're not doing this according to BCC guidelines. And as we said, 3 committee women are in charge here who have already predestined their decision. So this is coming. We're here. We have to deal with it. But as a public health issue, number one, and first and foremost, this needs more time for the CTF to be able to recommend to us preventative programs for public health officials to weigh in on this. Time is on our side. We don't have to rush this, but please do all the work first and expand the discussion and certainly expand the inclusiveness of the CTF. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, Adam.
Okay, next we have Roger.
Hi, I'm Roger Panay. I live in Constitution Hill. Unfortunately, the rhetoric against recreational cannabis is really driven by NIMBYism. There's a perception that opening a dispensary in town will extremely increase consumption, both publicly and privately, to the detriment of our community. In reality, dispensary brings the following benefits. It provides access to the aging population and responsible adults, distribution in a controlled and regulated environment, generate tax revenue, and can help provide resources for preventative education and substance abuse, create local employment opportunities, ideally focused on minority WBE local hiring. Really, thanks to the Cannabis Task Force, we have the opportunity to shape the policy around how a dispensary can be integrated into our community. Recreation cannabis is already implemented in the surrounding municipalities, so the longer we postpone the inevitable, the less likely we are to control the narrative. I believe that there should be a focus on local WBE participation in the ownership of dispensaries, so we can create an environment that is best for Princeton and that the resources generated are taken advantage by locals. The studies can be catered really to the audience, but this is about bringing all the stakeholders to the table and determine how integration of cannabis can work for our community. There's no proven correlation between opening a dispensary and substance abuse in youth. I support a collaborative approach to allowing MWBA and local owned dispensaries in town. For the record, I was born and raised in Princeton. I moved back about 2 years ago. I have a son that goes to elementary school here and expecting a child in April. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Adam.
All right, next we have Brian.
Hi, Brian London. I live off of Stockton. While this debate has at times characterized many Princeton residents as for or against, I think that's not the most productive way to have a discussion with our neighbors. Some people in this town are excited, but some of us are concerned, and I'm sure a few of us are both. I would like to speak about those concerns tonight, and 2 concerns in particular: our children and our neighborhoods. As a father of 2 daughters in a district, I'm extremely concerned about marijuana in Princeton schools, particularly Princeton High School. The truth is, there is marijuana in Princeton High School right now without any pot shops. It's there in a student's backpack or locker. When I was in high school, I know who had it, and I knew what students would share it with you. Many of our children do too. So let's talk about what this concern is really about. And we've heard it tonight: normalization. If there's a store conspicuously renting retail space in the fanciest part of our town, will our kids believe us when we tell them that people who smoke pot are morally bankrupt or destined for failure? Of course, the answer is no. But unfortunately, they already don't believe it. This generation is too smart for that. Every high schooler already personally knows a kind, ivy-bound fellow student who sneaks off occasionally to smoke pot in the woods. We must have tough conversations with our children about responsible use, appropriate ages for experimentation, and resistance to peer pressure. Tough conversations are part of parenting, and we should not try to use zoning ordinances to shirk that responsibility. On to the effect on our neighborhoods. Cannabis dispensaries could look like smoke shops with bright lights and bongs stacked on glass shelves in the window. They could also look like any other high-end, personalized boutique in town. That's precisely the power this council has. The state will not grant a license without municipal approval, and the responsibility for that approval falls on this council. Instead of debating 3 dispensaries versus 1 versus 0, council should use its approval authority to identify potential dispensary operators that are true small businesses and who have a vision that aligns with Princeton's values and aesthetics.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make a quick comment. I said a couple times earlier in the beginning of the meeting and then right around the pause in the meeting that at 11, I'd say, let's take a break and figure out if the meeting is going to last longer than that or not. Right now, there's 37 people with their hand up that still haven't spoken. The interesting thing is, like, for the last 2 hours, that number has pretty much been 40 the entire time. People speak and then other people raise their hand. So I'm only pointing this out is that if we decide to stop the meeting somewhere between, well, I hope 11, but somewhere around 11 or shortly thereafter, we're going to take a snapshot of the screen so we know who has not had a chance to speak. So at the next meeting where we continue this meeting, those people get first up at speaking. So if you're inclined to speak, put your hand up, whether or not we're going to get to you tonight, just so we can get to you at the next meeting. So I just want to make that clear that you still will have an opportunity at the next meeting, even if we don't get to you tonight. Okay.
And
Thanks.
Mark, can we just let the audience know that there are 272 participants now, including the panelist? Or two, I'm sorry.
The 272 are people other than us on the screen.
Okay.
Yep.
Right.
So we've gone from a high of about 340, 345 to 272. So we still have a lot of people here, which is great. Thank you. Okay. Adam, can we bring in the next person?
Okay, next is Joy.
Hi, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, Joy, we can.
Hello? Hello?
Joy, we can hear you.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah. Okay. Joy.
Hello?
All right. Adam, let's.
Hello?
Okay, Joy, can you hear me?
I'm sorry.
All right,
Can
Adam.
you hear me?
Yeah, yes, Joy, can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm sorry because I cannot hear you guys. So, okay. My name is Joy Wang. I live in Princeton at Mercer Road. And I have been living in Princeton for almost 7 years. So when I moved to the Princeton in 2015, that what attract me is the beautiful town with world-renowned university and the top-level higher education system and a safe, friendly, healthy community, excellent public school system, and with the educators and the adults who truly care about the children's social, emotional, and academic development. I'm by training, I'm MD, PhD. I used to be an OBGYN physician, and I have been doing medical research, clinical trials on the cancer patients, especially for the breast cancer as my career. I have 2 children in the public school system. So I would like to, appreciate the mayor and the councils give me the opportunity to express my deep concerns and opposition of opening marijuana retail in medical community, in the Princeton community. And I would share my, literature reviews with what exactly the adverse effect of the marijuana used recreationally. So marijuana is the top 3 highly trafficking abused substance. And then based on the study published in the NIH National Institute on Drug Abuse, this is high in the adolescence age. The median age for marijuana associated with the toxicity effect is age 22. And in one of the studies published in JAMA Pediatrics in 2016, but both decriminalization and the legalized recreational use have been associated with increased unintentional pediatric ingestion. That is looking at the population in Colorado. And then the annual cost to Regional Poison Control Center for pediatric marijuana exposed increased 34% annually. And marijuana, the negative effects in the health expands through the pulmonary system to the lung with more coughing, wheezing, exacerbation of arrhythmia, asthma, and in the cardiovascular system, it increase the risk of angina, heart attack, stroke,
Joy, thank you.
irregular heartbeat,
Joy.
tachycardia, increased heart
Joy.
pressure, chest pain.
Joy.
He can't hear us,
Also,
remember?
there are some rare.
Okay,
He said he couldn't hear us.
Adam, thank you. All right, so I let Joy go what appeared to be a minute over because she didn't actually start talking until the timer hit 2 minutes. So she got 3 minutes in total. Just making that clear. Okay, Adam, to the next person, please.
Okay, next is James Hung.
Sorry, can you guys hear me?
Yes, James, we can.
Oh, okay. Sorry. My name is James Hong. I live in Birching Drive, Princeton. I represent myself and my family. I have a son in public school in kindergarten. And I want to voice my opposition to opening the cannabis shop in Princeton. And I hear there's a lot of mention of benefit doing so. So I'm going to run through a few points, right? So this is not legalization conversation, right? My opinion is just like I oppose to open the shop, whether it's legalized or not legalized. So legalization is not the discussion here. I just oppose opening that shop, right? So, and there's a mention of accessibility, medical use. With today's technology, logistic management, you could get anything from anywhere with very short time, right? Whether it's legal, illegal, doesn't matter, right? And I go to different towns to get stuff, right? I'm sure some of you do. You have to get to another town to get stuff. So having that available in the next spot and walking distance, it's not really a benefit. I don't see it, especially for addictive substance, right? So now there were mention of property price, it will increase the property value. You know what? When I buy a house, I probably not gonna look for a house that close to a pot shop. If I see one, then I probably not gonna buy it. So I don't know anybody would buy it. So I don't see the logic in there, right? So, and especially that, you know, that that shop you have to get an ID to get into. Not many places you need ID to get into a place, right? So that speaks itself there. So when it comes to lower crime and things like that, you know what? I have no intention have my kid that's gonna be involved and close in touch with those substance, right? Definitely parenting is a major part of it. But we love Princeton, right? We love the town. It has a good public education system and friendly community, and we want to build a successful life here and contribute to the community. And addictive substance is not part of the formula, right? So we want to build our success based on positive, not something that we build a lot of safeguard and try to avoid and getting into it. So that concludes my opposition to the establishment of the shop. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, man. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, Adam.
Okay, next is James Bash.
James, can you unmute yourself?
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Thank you. Jim Bash, 22 years in Riverside. As the father of 2 school-aged children, I've watched this debate unfold, but I haven't spoken up about it until now. A few things I've noticed. First, both sides feel very strongly about their positions. Second, both sides are using research and studies to demonstrate their case. That this can happen tells us that there is conflicting information and evolving data, meaning it's early days for true understanding of all the implications. Third, both sides feel they represent the majority of Princetonians, but they can't both be right. The biggest point the proponents cite is the vote on the 2020 public question. How can we ignore what they presume is the will of the voters? 3/4 of Princetonians voted to legalize cannabis and 67% statewide. Nevertheless, we've already seen 71% of New Jersey towns opting out of opening cannabis stores, including 8 of our neighboring towns. So clearly there is a dichotomy there. One figure does not simply map to the other. So how does that happen? Well, citizens concerned about social justice don't want to see people being arrested and thrown in jail over marijuana use. So voting for decriminalization, especially for marginalized communities, is not the same as wanting to have pot shops throughout your town. There is a ton of daylight between those two positions. Gambling, adult entertainment, and gun businesses are all legal in our state, and plenty of grown-ups patronize these establishments. If a referendum were taken, most people would likewise agree that they should be regulated and not criminalized. But does that mean that we want Princeton zoning to change to open up 3 of them in a town? No, of course not. That's a false equivalence. However, all of these businesses can be found on Route 1, and that's okay. A cannabis store can now also be found on Route 1, about 5 miles south of here. It's not near any schools, parks, or playgrounds, and it's not an area where kids can easily get to or hang out. Some people will claim, well, that's NIMBYism, but it's rather, what kind of community do we want for our families? What model do we set for our children? We as a community choose those things, and we have the right to do so. Finally, we need to listen carefully to our boards of education and health. These are longtime trusted institutions with established standing in our town. Their input should be heard and heeded, especially because they have no financial conflicts of interests. For decades, we've watched the tobacco industry lie and distort the truth and data for financial gain. Smoking is legal, but for many years, we as a society have worked to reduce smoking's grip and toll on our young people, and very slowly, we've succeeded, but at great cost. All of this warrants a slow, cautious approach regarding commercialization of a new drug in our town. There's no rush and there's no mandate. But we do have an election coming up in 6 months. I propose we put this to the people of Princeton, hold a referendum. I think the results will settle the matter. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you, Jim. Okay, Adam.
All right, next up is Nick.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nick DiDemizio. I live on Nassau Street. I wanted to speak in support of the plan outlined by the Cannabis Task Force and note that I'm also in support of allowing marijuana dispensaries. I believe that the New Jersey ballot measure to legalize marijuana must be kept at the forefront of this discussion because it is the direct voice of the people. While some are quick to note that this vote does not explicitly specify that we want dispensaries opened in town, the evidence still remains that a majority of Princeton residents are willing to have a discussion around what legalization looks like in our community. I believe there is enough evidence that we cannot stand at an extreme side of the issue regarding the opening of dispensaries in town. Some may see it as black and white, meaning yes or no, or for and against to allowing dispensaries, but the confines of the recommendations made by the Cannabis Task Force and the administrators we heard earlier are quite strict and are going to make the process of opening a dispensary very difficult. The Cannabis Task Force is working towards a well thought out compromise, and I believe the residents of Princeton deserve a compromise. I was going to say more, but I think I'm just going to end it there. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Nick. Okay, Adam.
Okay, next is Kenneth.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you for letting me speak. I'm Kenneth Xu. I live in Riverside neighborhood. I have a PhD in economics. I've been executive in the finance and the banking industry. I have, oh, by the way, I've lived in Princeton for over 10 years. So when I look at this issue, I have a number of concerns. First of all, let me be clear. I'm not against medical use of marijuana. I'm not against legalization of marijuana. I'm not even against recreational use of marijuana. However, I am against opening up a dispensary in Princeton town. There are lots of people talking about the benefits of opening up a dispensary in Princeton. I have lots of doubts. A lot of people already mentioned those. I just want to highlight 3 doubts that I have. First, people were saying that it's for the economic reasons, for convenience, etc. I don't buy it. Today, you can get marijuana online. If you want to use, you can just buy online, deliver on your door, and you can consume at your convenience of your home. And why do you need dispensary? I don't see it. Second, I was told that it's about the benefits of equity. I don't see it. I am people of color. I'm Asian. Asian is representing over 20% of population in Princeton. In the task force, I see no Asian. Do I see one? No, I don't see one. Asian is not represented. Why? Is your process transparent? I don't see it. So when we say equity on the words, but we don't act, it's a hypocrite. Third, one of your ex-council members supporting marijuana and now have gone to marijuana business. It's conflict of interest. That casts doubt on you all because I don't know if you have conflict of interest. So with all those concerns, the credibility is the issue. So I would highly suggest you pause your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Adam.
Okay, next up is Cheyenne.
Hi, good evening. This is Cheyenne Lee. I'm from Lawrenceville Road. And I just want to, it's finally my turn. I had to wait for several hours already. Anyway, I just wanted to, to express my strong opposition, to opening our marijuana. There are several marijuana dispensaries in Princeton. Then, just my family moved to Princeton, I guess, 8 years ago. We like the, the traditional family value and the rich culture over here, and would like to raise our kids in this quiet and family-friendly environment. I think, the cannabis, dispensaries run against our family value and make our, adolescent kids, children are more susceptible to drug influences. And it will hurt our, property value in the long run as well. I believe that most of all the residents I know around me are against the dispensaries, in Princeton. And so I would really strong urge that the Princeton Council listen to the voice of our true residents. And at the bare minimum, I would say, they should be this decision, should be subject to our township-wide, residents' votes to make, to get all, voices heard. So this is why, my opinion. And thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Okay, Adam.
All right, next up is Chow.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Hui Chang. I'm a resident at 29 Bourbon Drive. I have lived in Princeton for 11 years. I'm an MD and PhD. I'm here to express my objection to opening retail cannabis stores in Princeton. I have a very simple reason. Having retail cannabis stores in town would inevitably facilitate the first marijuana use and increase subsequent uses among teenagers. I don't have to cite any data, just use your common sense. We all know that teenager years are a time of risk-taking, and some risk-taking behavior, such as using marijuana, can have a profound adverse effects on the teenager. The teenager brain is active developing and continue to develop until age 25. The development does not stop at 21. I just want to remind you. In addition, the association between marijuana and a mental disorder is much stronger in people who start using marijuana at an early age. There have been many peer-reviewed medical research papers on that. I want to remind you, 3 out of 10 people use marijuana as marijuana disorder. The risk of developing marijuana use disorder is much stronger in people who started using it during youth or adolescence. I really don't dispute that not everyone who uses marijuana will become addicted. Become addicted to drug depends on many, many different factors, including the genetic background. And I would really like to tell you, as a pediatrician, that some teenagers are genetically predispositioned to be more sensitive to the adverse effect of marijuana use and are much more likely to develop mental disorders just with a limited number of uses. You may think a few marijuana uses are harmless, but however, for some teenagers, it could be the start of their lifetime battle with addiction and depression. Imagine if they were your kids. Becoming addicted to marijuana also depends on how easily you can access the drug. So why create such an easy access for children? What the signals are we really sending to our children by opening such retail cannabis stores in Princeton? The teenagers in town would think that marijuana can be that harmful if the township allows such retail stores. I must say, for every data point listed in Mr. Goldsmith's presentation, and also cited in many people who are for the opening, I can give you the data points that point to a totally different conclusion. I really see cherry picking of information, actually, on either side, and this can be very misleading. And then residents have already pointed out that. So therefore, I simply plead to the council to listen to the voice of the Princeton residents. You have to hear all voices before you make a decision, and don't rush your decision. And the referendum would be a preferred approach to solve this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Adam.
Okay, next is Sigurd.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I'm Sigurd Wagner. I live on McLean Circle. And the first thing I want to do is to thank the council for spending precious evening hours in meeting their voters. I'm very impressed. I just briefly want to bring up the following. In February, a year ended, that was the first year in the US where we had more than 100,000 drug deaths. So there's an epidemic, a drug epidemic going on, and it's becoming worse. And putting shops in town, for all the reasons that have been mentioned, conveys the message to young people, to our children, that it is normal to consume mind-altering drugs. Many of the speakers here expressed that we want to be in a town that's different. There's a different level in how you grow children. We don't worry about adults, they can decide for themselves, but we want to convey the message that we are different here. They tell you that you can get marijuana in stores out there, and you say yes, but there are places that are safe houses, and Princeton is a safe house. So what I would suggest is either to put this question to a referendum, or to delay the decision by a number of years. The reason for that is that the THC content is going up in commercial marijuana, and it is becoming more and more dangerous. And as we know, for instance, from beer, that for a long time it has 3.2% alcohol, but now you can get beer that has 6 or 7 or 8% alcohol. Right? The industry knows which direction to head. So there are many rational arguments, but I think there's a very important irrational argument that has to do with what we want to convey to our children. So thank you for your time and for your effort. It's much appreciated.
Thank you.
All right, next up is Paige.
Okay, hi, my name is Paige Randall and I live in the Riverside neighborhood. And I just wanted to voice my opposition to the marijuana retail stores in Princeton. I do hope that the board members are not confusing Princeton being in favor of decriminalization with being in favor of having marijuana retail stores in town. I myself have no problem with adults smoking marijuana. I have no problem with it being legal. I do not want shops in my town. And so I think that it's very important to not confuse those two. Okay, big marijuana, you know, they only care about money. They're for-profit business. So of course they exaggerate the benefits and they minimize the downsides and the risks, just like big tobacco. And, you know, so it was recently legalized and we don't need to be on the leading edge of this. There's no downside to waiting to see how it rolls out in the rest of the state, how other communities that are similar to Princeton deal with it. And I will say that I know something about marijuana legalization. I'm from Seattle and my husband is from Amsterdam. And I will say that these shops are not the best neighbors. The smell is terrible. There is a reason skunk is in the name of so many strains of marijuana. It smells bad. No one wants to walk past a pot shop that reeks of pot. And they also have this all cash nature. So the Seattle Times last week had an article about how the marijuana shops are, there's a major increase in armed robberies at them. This is not an increase in crime in Seattle in general. This is the pot shops themselves are being robbed because they have all this cash. Because it is illegal nationally, it's federally illegal. And so they have problems accepting credit cards, having banks work with them. So it's not their fault that they have a large sum of cash on hand, but they do have it. And yes, so there are these armed robberies in Seattle of the pot shops. And, you know, again, this is because it's illegal federally. So like, we don't need to open these shops. We don't need to rush through it. We can sit back, we can think about it. We can see how it shakes out, how things work. They're unnecessary in Princeton. Princeton doesn't need the money. We don't need the tax money. There's no upside to having them. I encourage people drive 10 minutes to get your marijuana, have it delivered to your house. It's legal. Smoke all you want. I don't care. But for Princeton, there's no upside to it, and there are many downsides and unknowns. And someone earlier stated, have a referendum, and I'm totally in favor of that, because I do think that maybe people are confusing people wanting it to be legal with wanting to have the shops in town. So we could put it to a referendum and see, that might make people feel more comfortable.
Thank you, Paige. Okay, Adam.
Okay, next is Jane.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Jane.
Okay, good evening. Thanks for letting me speak tonight. I'm Jane, living in the Little Brook neighborhood. I'm a mother of 3 young kids. Speak tonight. I strongly oppose having any pop shops in Princeton. Princeton is a small town. There are 33 schools in the town, including 25 pre-K schools. Where do you think is the perfect location for the cannabis store? No matter it's 500 yards or 1,000 yards, do you think if we can find a proper distance? When I talked to my son one day, he asked me immediately where he can hang out with his friend after school. He was volunteering in Philly, Kensington area every summer. He knew how badly the smell of marijuana. He saw lots of overdosed and addicted people walking around the town. He was really worried about the situation missing in Princeton. And Princeton is a small town, only has a population of about 30,000 people. And Princeton is also a lovely, beautiful town. Many generations live here. In the recent years, many young families moved to here. The median age in Princeton is 34 years old. Just in the past week, single family house in Princeton sold on average for $1.2 million. The average property tax bill in Princeton was over $20,000 in the last year. Why do you think more and more young people bought such an expensive house, pay such high property to choose to live in Princeton? Let me tell you, I moved here in 2019 during the pandemic. The high education, good public school districts, safety, kids-friendly environment are main and very important keys for us, and as well as for all young families to make such decision. I just found out recently, till 2022, Princeton is out of 10 safest cities in New Jersey. I think instead of thinking about where to open the cannabis store and what financial benefit can a cannabis store bring to us, we should think about how to reduce the crime rate, attract more young families to settle here, and steadily increase housing prices. Yes, marijuana is legal in New Jersey, but definitely not for Princeton. Thanks for listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Adam.
Okay, next up is Sigrid.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, my name is Sigrid Adriaansens. I live with my family in Hemlock Circle. In 2017, during my sabbatical, I lived with my family in the north of Belgium, which is close to the Netherlands. And I think I've heard a few Dutch-related people of this call today. As you know, in the Netherlands, soft drugs are legally available to adults. And we all have heard how soft drugs are a gateway to hard drugs. When I was living in Belgium, I saw how families, parents, grandparents, brothers, sisters, friends, and communities got devastated when young adults start using soft drugs and become addicted. I am absolutely against the opening of pot shops in Princeton because I do not wish the emotional, health, and social impact of drug addiction on our Princeton community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
All right, next up is Charles.
Hello.
Hey, Charles.
My name is Charles Reed. I live on Rolling Mead Street. here in Princeton. I've been in Princeton for over 50 years at this point. Somehow my two kids navigated a high school where they could have access to just about any drug they wanted. And that was 20 years ago. We depend on our elected officials to create effective processes and policies. So thank you, Mayor and council members, for sponsoring this forum and inviting a range of subject matter experts. Thank you, special thanks to the CTF, the task force, for an open process and for making a compelling case to consider dispensaries in Princeton. I found the report to be well sourced and well referenced. I learned a lot from reading it. I followed the back and forth closely. Frankly, it's been hard to avoid it, and I have commented publicly in a letter to the editor in Town Topics, sharing concern about the tone of the discourse and the accuracy, actually more often the lack of accuracy in much of what we've heard. I hope we can do better, because we've been reminded this evening multiple times that cannabis is here to stay, whether from dispensaries here in town or in neighboring towns or via delivery. So the important thing really is to consider how we will address these very real concerns, which I understand and respect, watching out for our kids, ensuring security and safety, and so on. These issues will absolutely remain concerning, even if we do decide to opt out. So I hope that if we do opt out, it doesn't become something we stop thinking about. I have a medical marijuana card and use cannabis for chronic pain. I'm fortunate to have had the opportunity to engage with knowledgeable, well-trained staff at dispensaries in Massachusetts who have helped me find an effective therapeutic solution. I'd love to be able to walk down the street to the dispensary, just as I do to CVS on Nassau Street or to Corkscrew or McCaffrey's for a bottle of wine. I think that the best and the safest approach would be for us to control our own destiny, by which I mean allow dispensaries here to take root here and to work closely with these dispensaries, these businesses, as they get started and as they grow. We have to put our community in the best possible position to shape how we implement policy and deal with the new reality: siting, security, setbacks, education, social justice, and so on. Yes, there is a lot of work to do and a lot of study, but I know that we can do this here, and we can be a model for how to do it right in every respect, and we can do it with respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, yeah.
All right, next is Nicole.
Hi, my name is Nicole Soffin. I live on Maidenhead Road in Princeton. I'm opposed to bringing cannabis dispensaries to Princeton. I concur with many of the webinar speakers and commentators regarding the woefully incomplete record on which the CTF has rested its support for bringing cannabis dispensaries to our town. The lack of adequate vetting of the issues and the lack of contribution from the Board of Education and other key stakeholders to the CFT's report renders that document woefully incomplete and reeking of partisan support. I specifically want to focus on the importance of drawing a distinction between the referendum question, which was to legalize marijuana in New Jersey, and the completely separate question of whether to allow cannabis dispensaries in Princeton, a question that was not part of the referendum question. I repeatedly hear those who condone bringing cannabis shops to Princeton say that the referendum overwhelmingly showed support for bringing these shops to our town. It did not. 70% of Princeton voters voted to legalize cannabis in New Jersey, in large part because of the acknowledged racially based injustices that occur when it is illegal. To infer from the vote on the referendum question that 70% of Princeton residents support pot shops in our town is a gross mischaracterization of that vote, and to represent that vote as justification for bringing cannabis stores to Princeton is misleading and disingenuous. As a previous speaker has suggested, this specific question needs to be put to referendum. It is only by this method that council will be able to get an accurate picture of where Princetonians stand on this very complex and consequential issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Adam.
All right, next up is Grace.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Grace.
Yeah, hi, thank you. I'm Grace Zhang. I'm from a Riverside neighborhood. I'm a CPA and I'm very busy right now, but I still like to speak now. And I like to talk about the bottom line of business. I don't think many people talk about it tonight, and I would love to talk about it. To have a dispensary in town, what are the causes? I think the costs including the policing, the traffic control, and the education. Those are fixed once the store is here. You cannot not to have it, okay? So for the revenue, CTF reports that the township will tax 2% of the gross sales, and then 2% will go to the social justice and equity program. And the BOE is that they want portion of the revenue to compensate the cost for educating our youth in town. So there's no much revenue left to pay for those costs. And who's going to pay for it? Our taxpayer, right? You and me, right? Okay, so where the tax revenue coming from? When are the townships going to collect it? I don't know, because the dispensary business is a cash business. Who's going to audit it? Do you think the owner will report it? How much they're going to report it? Does the town have the auditing program for that? You know, so I don't know. CTF did not have any detail on this procedure. Okay, so as far as I know, for the tax revenue, there's a lot of issues with that. Cities from the east to the west coast had to eliminate the tax on the cannabis shop for them to survive. Give you an example. Just a few days ago, the Cambridge City Council repealed a 3% community impact tax on recreational marijuana to support the operation of the shop because the shop cannot survive with the tax. On March of 2021, Northampton of Massachusetts, the mayor had to waive 3% of community impact fee for the cannabis business too. Okay, so on the other side of the continent, in California, San Francisco on December 2021 had to suspend the tax on cannabis retailer to help them to survive because they cannot compete with the illegal dealers. After the looters stole 5 million of products from 15 dispensaries in a month because of the cash business. It became the perfect target of the criminals. And also the leading California cannabis companies warned Governor Newsom on Friday that, I mean, that's many Fridays ago, that the state's legal industry was on the verge of collapse.
Grace, thank you.
Immediate tax cuts.
Grace?
Yes.
Grace, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. All right, Adam, next person.
All right, next up is John.
Hi.
Hey,
Am I
John.
on?
Yep, you are.
Okay, I'm John Howler. I live at on Howe Circle. First, I'd like to thank the mayor and council for holding this listening session. I'd also like to thank the CTF members who spent so much time on this very controversial issue. I don't pretend to speak for all the senior citizens in town, but for the last few years, I've definitely been feeling my age. Not that long ago, I was playing soccer with a great group of guys every week and doing my own yard work. Then too many decades took their toll and I developed serious back and spine issues. While major surgery relieved the most intense pain, I still have chronic pain of varying severity from day to day. Over the past 6 months, I have consulted with 2 pain management specialists, both of whom recommended that I try cannabis. In addition to these medicinal needs, many decades ago, I tried recreational marijuana and enjoyed it. Am I to be denied this small pleasure in my golden years? I strongly support 1 or 2 dispensaries in Princeton, places where I can get to know and trust well-informed management rather than relying on mail delivery of an unknown purity product. Perhaps one could be in the shopping center, far enough away from our schools and within walking distance for many people, and even more in the next few years. In conclusion, I think this comes down to Princeton permitting individual choice with reasonable regulation. Here in America, we believe in choice. Would we outlaw abortions at our local hospital? I don't think so. If I choose to drink liquor, would Princeton prevent me? Obviously not, with 10 or 15 liquor stores already in town. And if I choose to smoke cigarettes, would the town prevent me from doing this? No, we as parents take responsibility to educate our children at home and in our schools about this. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Okay, it's seconds away from 11 p.m. As I said a couple times prior to this, I would like to recommend that we stop the meeting at this point and we work over the next couple of days to come up with a date to continue the meeting. Adam, do we have a way to do a screenshot or whatever of everybody that's got their hands up so we make sure that at the next meeting they get to speak first?
Yes, Mayor, I'll make sure to document who's in line right now.
Okay. All right. So anyway, if everybody agrees, we'll set a date for the continuation of this meeting. The people that have their hands up now get to speak. Then the council will make comments, questions, do whatever, and then we'll see where we go from there. So my recommendation is that we stop the meeting. So open for hopefully a short discussion. Eve.
Mark, what's the plan for the email comments that would then come after with that?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So I think what we should do is, I don't have the exact number. There's probably 40 to 50 email messages that have come in.
Some of those people may have spoken. I think just a few, but yeah.
Correct. But I think what we would do, we're not going to read them now, right? Yeah, that would take too long. And there's 35 people waiting with their hands up. So if we continue this meeting, I think what we would do instead is take all those emails and publish them with the agenda for the next meeting, so everyone can get a chance to actually see what the written comments are. And that will, the comments get published, everyone can see them. It's the same as if they were read, but it also allows us more time for people to actually speak at the next meeting. So it achieves both goals. So
I do have a quick follow-up to that. Some of the people who submitted written comments, maybe because they couldn't come tonight, but they might be able to come to the rescheduled meeting. So can we give them the ability to speak, even if their comments were in the packet, if they're able to be there in person? Because I think having your comments read into the record feels qualitatively different to me than having it in the packet. And if some of those people then said, oh, I can actually come tonight, I feel a little uncomfortable not offering them the opportunity to speak because they had their comments in the packet. So that's my take.
Okay, my take is that at the next meeting, as I said, the people that have their hands up now speak. The council members get to go through our discussion, and then we see how late it is. And if it's not 11 o'clock again or later, and if there's other people that have joined the meeting that want to speak at that point, then we let whoever wants to speak until we decide the meeting's gonna end. So that's not an exact answer, but I think that's what the process would be, just so we can get through everybody that was able to some way communicate with us for tonight.
Okay, I just wanted to also comment that I have been going through and noting if someone spoke tonight and also submitted a mail, so we would eliminate that letter from the record since they've spoken and it's on record now. So I made a note of that, and I'll send that around to everyone.
Right. If you could make sure we send it to Dolores.
I will.
Clerk, that would be tremendous. Less work for them. Yes, Mia. Sorry.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank
I
you.
very much like the idea of including the letters that people sent in the packet. And I don't know, Eve, you can, there may be a few people and they can have their letters removed, but to have to spend an hour reading letters, I think is really unpleasant for us and unpleasant for the audience. And I don't think it really helps. It's not an effective use.
I don't disagree with you, May. I just feel like if we postpone and someone who sent in a letter but can come to the next meeting, I guess for those few people, I would like to.
So maybe we can figure out a way, but on balance, I think the benefit of doing that system is something that will be excellent for all of us.
Okay. Is there anyone opposed to the idea of stopping the meeting now, setting a date to continue this meeting, letting everyone that has their hands up now talk at the next meeting, and then we have the council discussion, and then we'll see what we do after that council discussion? Eve.
I would just ask that people have patience with us while we figure out our schedules and when the next meeting is, because it's difficult to get everyone's schedule lined up in a way that works, and there are other pressing council priorities. So we will get that information to you as soon as we can, but it might not be as soon as you would like. And it's just that we're trying to get everything straightened out, making sure, for example, that there are no conflicts with other meetings that maybe, as happened tonight. So I'd like to, take the time to make sure we have a date that works well for everybody.
Okay. So noted. If we're all in agreement, when someone motion what I just said, Leighton, thank you. Is there a second? David. Okay. So could everybody just say aye if they agree, just so I just want to make sure it's a formal decision.
Aye. Good plan.
Aye. Good plan.
Okay.
Good plan,
All right.
Mayor.
Thank you. So I'd like to thank everyone from the public that's hung in all this time. There's still 188 people out there. We really appreciate everybody taking the time to take part in the discussion. It was a really good discussion. I really appreciate everybody being kind, courteous, respectful to each other. That was tremendous. So we had 345 people, I think, at the top, which is amazing. Having said all that, David, would you make another motion?
I would move to adjourn at this point.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you, Michelle. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, again, thank you, everyone. Have a great evening. Take
Good
care.
night. Thank
Aye.
you.